Harry, Circuit Court, Branch 33 in Fort Milwaukee County is now in session. The Honorable Lawrence C. Graham Jr. presiding. Silence is commanded. You may be seated.
Jurors, at the beginning of every trial, the lawyers are afforded an opportunity to make what we call an opening statement. And I've heard recently a lot of people refer to it as an opening argument. It's not an argument. It's an opening statement. And it's something, it's not evidence in the case, but rather it's something that's designed as an aid to you, the jurors. For it gives each of the lawyers an opportunity to give you an outline, thumbnail, sketch. Sometimes it's referred to as a roadmap of where he's going with the case. Another way it's sometimes pictured, and I note that, I know thanks to one of our court reporters, you have some jigsaw puzzles back there in the jury room. And if you kind of view a case as being a jigsaw puzzle, and as the various witnesses come to the witness stand, they give you various pieces of that puzzle. But anybody who's ever worked on those puzzles, if you've got that cover in front of you, that you can see what the whole picture is supposed to look like, it's a lot more helpful as far as putting those various pieces together. The opening statement is that big picture. And that's what the lawyers are trying to accomplish when they make their opening statements. Now, we have a certain order that we follow throughout this trial, and as we've talked in jury selection, this is kind of unique in terms of the order we have here, because in this case, the defendant has the burden of proof, and so throughout the trial, it's the defendant who will always go first, and thus, Mr. Boyle has the opportunity of making the first opening statement. Mr. Boyle?
Yes. Hey, please, the court. And Mr. McCann, O'Mara, White, Miller. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we now begin an odyssey, the results of which, in a short period of time, will result in a decision to be made by you and you alone as to whether or not Jeffrey Dahmer did, at the time he committed these horrific murders to which he has pled guilty, whether or not he was suffering from a mental disease, the result of which that he lacked substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. It is very difficult for an advocate not to be an advocate, not to argue, not to try and convince at all stages. I cannot attempt to convince you of anything now. The time for that to happen will come in what's called closing argument, when I will say in closing argument that as it relates to some, one, or all of these offenses, that I have proved to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that Mr. Dahmer was not responsible because of this mental disease and the legal definition of insanity as I've said it. Now, I know from having been with you folks for the last 3 days that we have a jury here that is fresh, that has no opinion and is going to listen to the evidence. But it's very difficult for you to understand what the rest of us understand because we've been working on this case for so many months. And we are here trying to tell you things for not any other reason than to hopefully make you understand as this is progressing down the road of evidence as to what is happening in this courtroom so you can say, good, I understand it. If I were try to explain to you the game of football, in order for you who have just come in from some place that never saw the game played, it might take me hours, if not weeks, for you to understand all the nuances. What I am doing here in a very, very brief period of time is trying to lay out for you what I say I have accepted to be my burden, and that is my burden. And I understand that. So in that regard, what I want to do is to tell you to completely disregard that long list of witnesses that I read to you. Because now that we're at this point in time, certain decisions had to be made by myself with the advice and counsel of the people who are assisting me as to how this case should proceed. And it really hasn't varied for a long period of time, but we had to name a lot of witnesses because at the last moment if something became important and we hadn't put that witness's name down, we might be foreclosed. And that's why both Mr. McCann and I have done what we've done. And I would like to tell you how this case is going to proceed before I get into some of the other details. I anticipate, and I know that the judge is going to give you some general idea as to what Mr. Dahmer pled guilty to, the 15 counts. You see, there were 17 homicides, but 15 charged. The evidence is going to show that the first homicide took place in a place called Bath, Ohio in the year 1978. That the second homicide took place in Milwaukee, but because of the nature of the homicide, it was not a charged homicide, but it's going to be discussed. It's going to be discussed, everything's going to be discussed, but that certainly is going to be discussed. The rest of the homicides that took place in Milwaukee County. You will be made known about every aspect of it. And the person that's going to speak to you about every aspect of it is Jeffrey Dahmer. But he is going to speak to you through the members of the Milwaukee Police Department, the first of whom I'm going to summon as my very first witness. And that is the detective and or detectives, depending upon how they want to split up the testimony, who are going to read a very, very, very long confession to you. And this confession is going to have details that will cause you to be uncomfortable, but I'm sure that you will listen to the words for the purposes that you must know all of this information. Because subsequent to this confession, Jeffrey Dahmer talked to a lot of other people. He talked to a whole bevy of psychiatrists and psychologists and others. And the reason he did that was because every citizen in this country has an absolute right to have it investigated as to whether or not when they did any act, that they were of sound mind. And I'm going to use these phrases, sanity, sanity, with the clear-cut understanding, as Mr. McCann brought to your attention, and as I have brought to your attention, that the legal definition for the purposes of the criminal justice system of insanity is the one I have just told you, as the one I'm confident Mr. McCann will remind you of, and as the judge will instruct you. So if I use the word sane or insane, if I use the word kooky, crazy, all those words are being used to portray a state of mind. And I submit to you that the testimony that the doctors will bring to your attention, all the doctors, will give to you a very sound, deep basis for you making the ultimate decision. I am going to call into this courtroom 3 doctors, 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist. Dr. Berlin of Johns Hopkins University, a PhD in psychology and a doctor of medicine with a specialty in psychiatry, is going to testify in this case. I'm going to bring into this courtroom a Dr. Carol Wallstrom, a psychiatrist, a doctor of medicine, who's at Rush Presbyterian Hospital in the field of psychiatry, who's going to testify as to his opinion. I'm going to bring into this courtroom a doctor by the name of Judith Becker, a doctor of psychology, who is from the University of Arizona in Tucson, who is going to come in and testify as to her opinion, as to Jeffrey Dahmer's mental state at the time that he committed these offenses. But they are not the decision makers. You are going to be the decision makers. And for you to make those decisions, I must, and I am duty-bound, to bring to your attention every single aspect of Mr. Dahmer's life, of Mr. Dahmer's conduct, so that you, when you make your decision, will be able to say, I had the facts needed for me to make the decision, whatever it may be. I know, because under the system of laws, we are forced to trade information with the other side, that Mr. McCann is likewise going to field in this courtroom super professionals who are likewise going to give their opinions. And the court will likewise have an expert that will testify in this court. So you're going to be equipped, when it's all over with everything you need to know to make your decision. And the purpose of this court proceeding is a search for the truth. And in that regard, we must not keep anything from you you're entitled to hear. We obviously make tactical decisions so that you may make the proper decision. On the night of Mr. Dahmer's arrest, a man by the name of Tracy Edwards was present with Mr. Dahmer. The evidence is going to show that he was about to be the next victim. Through fate, he did not become a victim, and the saga of Mr. Dahmer ended at that time, and in fact began at that time. It was subsequent to his arrest, very shortly thereafter, as the police will tell you, as Detective Murphy or Detective Kennedy will tell you, that Mr. Dahmer confessed to all, to everything. As best he could, under the constraints that he was placed in, he gave a full and complete statement to the Milwaukee Police Department, to the officers from Bath, Ohio, to the officers from the West Dallas Police Department, because in fact, acts took place in West Dallas and one act took place in Bath, Ohio. And you're going to hear every bit of that. And I want to say unequivocally a number of things that I think the evidence is going to show. This was not racial. The evidence is going to show, after you hear the testimony of Mr. Dahmer as told to the Milwaukee Police Department, and as told to the doctors, Dr. Becker, Dr. Wallstrom, and Dr. Berlin, that Mr. Dahmer's obsession was to body form, not color. It is also a fact, as you know, that there was a lot of homosexual tendencies here, and the obsessiveness of Mr. Dahmer was clearly in the vein of fulfilling his sexual desires, which happened to be of a homosexual nature. This is not a case about homosexuality. So in that regard, I would like to give you some ideas as to what I think I'm supposed to be doing up here today. First of all, I am your servant, and I will be for as long as it takes to try this case. I'm an advocate of my client's cause. I'm an officer of the court, but I'm a servant of the jury to bring to your attention that which you need. So when it's all over with, you say, he did his job for me, and I appreciate that. I am not going to argue here. I have the greatest of respect for the people who are sitting in the position of the state of Wisconsin. Co-worker with Mr. McCann at one time in my life, a man of enormous, wonderful reputation, as is his staff. This is not going to be a combat show. This isn't, you see, the case is over. Mr. Dahmer has pled guilty to these 15 homicides. The case continues because under the law, as I have said, we are trying to find out the mind of this man. Was he evil or was he sick? And I use that in a very shortened phrase. Does he meet the definition of insanity as the law will be defined to you for one, some, or all of these? I am going to tell you basically what you can expect to learn from the witnesses about Jeffrey Dahmer. That he is 31 years of age, He was born in Milwaukee, and his early life was very unremarkable, as the doctors will tell you, moving from this place to that place as his family moved. Then when he was 5 years of age, he had a brother who was born into the family. Dr. Becker is going to start indicating certain facts that she is going to use to support her opinion, not absolutely, but matters of interest. And I don't think it's my job to stand here today and tell you every single fact that these doctors are going to testify to. But I think it necessary for me to give you a general understanding of Jeffrey Dahmer and his life and his actions and his conduct, to assist you that when these doctors are testifying, there would be a better flow in their testimony, because you have some idea of how the game has been laid out to be played in this courtroom. And I don't mean game in the sense that this is not the most important matter that all of us will ever probably be confronted with in our entire lives. But we have to lay out the plan so as to help you. When Jeffrey Dahmer was in 8th grade, he started in doing some things of a sexual nature that were really the embryo of as what the doctors will testify. Remember, I'm saying, when I don't say the doctors will testify, as a given, these are things that I learned from the doctors that the doctors are going to testify to, not what I'm going to testify to, that the police department has brought to everyone's attention through the confession of Mr. Dahmer and statements Mr. Dahmer has made. We're going to find that when Mr. Dahmer was in 8th grade, he started into a series of sexual movements, and they took on the form of two things. He started masturbating on a daily basis, and the object of his fantasies while engaged in that self-abuse or self-conduct, or whatever it's called, as the doctors will tell you, were thoughts concerning young men of his age, young boys of his age. You will find in the testimony, and I don't want to say the testimonial show, except that's what I'm talking about, the testimonial show, that even as an early teenager, he started becoming interested in bones of dead animals. He would take them home, he would bleach them, he would study them. None of this was discovered by any members of his family. None of the interests that he had were known to his family. The doctors are going to testify that basically his early years were unremarkable, no greatly different than most, but a few things different, that they will tell you what you might consider the import of that to be. It was when he was 14 years of age, as he has told the parties, and I'm confident at this juncture when Detective Murphy and Detective Kennedy testify, you will get some understanding and you'll be able to judge the credibility of Jeffrey Dahmer in his dealings with all the parties concerned. But it was when he was about 14 years of age, he first came up with the idea of using a corpse for sexual purposes. He fantasized either having a corpse or a mannequin to use, and it was at that time that he had his first actual consensual homosexual encounter with a peer. He discovered his homosexuality and accepted it. He will tell you through the doctors he didn't understand it, but it caused him no concern other than the fact that he realized what he was. It was while he was in high school that this fantasy of his, doing things with dead things, started showing up when in a biology class he dissected a baby pig and took the head home with him, took the skin off and kept the skull. Three doctors are going to come into this courtroom and they're going to tell you that their opinion is that Jeffrey Dahmer suffers from a mental disorder, and it is called paraphilia. Without my trying to be a doctor and defining it for you, except generally, paraphilia is an arousal of a sexual nature to an inanimate object, a body part, or a process. And this paraphilia, there's all kinds of paraphilias. The doctors are going to tell you about the different kinds of paraphilias. But the paraphilia that best exemplifies the paraphilia that Jeffrey Dahmer had, which they will claim is, in their opinion, a mental disorder, which they will state in Jeffrey Dahmer was a mental disease. Their paraphilia that they found was necrophilia. And necrophilia is a disorder of the mind where there is a desire to have sexual contact with dead bodies. That's what they're going to say Jeffrey Dahmer was. He was a lot more than that, but that's the mainstay of his condition, was this desire for dead bodies, to have sex with dead bodies. Armed with that information, here now, I'm going to continue on in the chronology of Jeffrey Dahmer's life so that you may understand how that embryo of that may fit, as the doctors will testify. There came a time in 1975 or 76 that Jeffrey Dahmer's obsession with this sexual desire and fantasy and obsession got to the point where he saw a man who lived somewhere in the general area where he lived, running, jogging every day. He would see him jogging down the road. And he became so attached to the concept of having sex with this man that he went home and he sawed off a baseball bat so that he could get on his bike and ride past the man and hit him in the head with the baseball bat and knock him out, so as to take him up into the woods and have sex with him. That's what his quest was. And he put that quest into play and got on that bicycle and went out to find this man. And thanks be to God, the man had never jogged that way again, so it didn't happen. But the doctors are going to tell you what that meant in the grand scheme of things, as it is to the mind of Jeffrey Dahmer. Beginning when he was about 16 years of age, and this would be in the years of 76, 77, he started collecting animals, always dead animals. And there's going to be testimony as to why that's significant. Never killed a live animal, but would go on the roads and find roadkill, dogs, other type of animals that had been struck by cars that were laying there. And he would take them home, and he started having a fascination of wanting to see what they looked like inside. And he would open them up. One time, he took off the head of a dog and put it on a stake and hung it out so that everybody could see it, primarily for shock value. This obsession of this dead animals and doing things with them started becoming something that became more and more into his life, into his head. The way he conducted himself in high school will be made known to you. Take it for what it's worth and what it meant. Doctors are going to be asked, they're going to be testifying to how a person who starts acting like this at a certain age and is now 31 can go on day in and day out living what ostensibly appears to be the kind of things that most people would do. Goes to work, eats food, goes out for dinner, goes to the store. They're going to tell you what that means in the mind of a Jeffrey Dahmer whose life starts taking on an obsession and a fantasy that is so foreign to us that we can't even comprehend it. But for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be asked to at least listen to it and try and understand what it's all about. His home life changed a lot. There was some problems in his mother and father's marriage. There was an ultimate divorce. He was about 18 at the time. It was traumatic, and he became somewhat of a recluse. He isolated himself, spent a lot of time alone, started internalizing, as the doctors will tell you, started internalizing his feelings, and they'll explain that to you. Internalization means you keep them to yourself. Then as he became a senior in high school, he started getting these thoughts about going out and finding a hitchhiker and killing him and having sex with him. That started to become his quest, the thing that he wanted to do, the desire that was staying with him at all times. After he graduated from high school, there came a time in his life when, because of his family situation, he was alone. And one night, to the regret of the world at large, to the regret of the victim's family, Mr. Dahmer and his family, the horror scene starts. He is driving around and he sees a hitchhiker. And the hitchhiker doesn't have a shirt on. And Jeffrey Dahmer wants his body. His body. That's his fantasy. The body. Not the height, not the age, not the color. The body. And he picks up this hitchhiker and he takes him back to his home. And suddenly he picks up a barbell and he renders the man unconscious. And he killed him. He strangled him. He undressed him. And the evidence is going to show that at that time, now having his fantasy a reality, he masturbated on the dead man's body. Two days later, having hidden the body, he opened it up. He wanted to see what it looked like on the inside. He put the body in a bag, attempted to drop it off, get rid of it, stopped by the police for a traffic violation of some sort, took the body back because he was afraid it would be discovered, obviously, and he hid it. He separated the skull from that body and masturbated in front of it. Now, make no mistake, this is a sad commentary, I'm telling you. I take absolutely no delight in telling anybody any of these things. I tell them to you because you must know these things. I grieve for the family of Mr. Hicks. Anyone who doesn't believe that, choose not to, but I do. But if I don't tell you these things, I should not be a lawyer in this courtroom, so I'm going to continue to tell you this horrific story. I also ask that if any time you're uncomfortable for any reason whatsoever, if any of you need a break while I am talking for any reason, if you raise your hand, I'm sure the judge will take care of whatever situation there is, whatever discomfort is, and then we can take a short recess and convene on. I'm not suggesting because of the description, I'm just suggesting for any reason. After Mr. Dahmer finally succeeded in his first quest, a lot of other things started happening to him. He started drinking a lot. Testimony is going to show he started crying about what he had done. Became very nervous, very high-strung. And at that time, having graduated from high school, some career decisions had to be made and followed, and they were, and he went to Ohio State University, only to fail in the first 6 months. Fail because, as the doctors will tell you, what he had done a few months before was too haunting for him to concentrate on what he was supposed to be doing. So he escaped to the military, and he escaped to the military and became a field medic stationed in Germany, and was there for a long period of time, and there started coming into his life a lot more ways of handling his fantasies, handling his desires, and handling his obsessions, and he got very heavy into pornography. He got very heavy into excessive masturbation to try and stop these urges from growing, or at least put the lid on them. And he started drinking an awful lot. Now, a lawyer in a courtroom is to present facts and not have policy statements issued. This is not a policy statement on the pluses or minuses of pornography. That's not the issue here. What is the issue here is what effect it had on Jeffrey Dahmer, one way or the other, and that will be discussed. When he came out of the service, he went down to Florida to try to live in that environment, that geographical change, but he didn't stay there very long. He came back to Bath, Ohio. One time, I think the testimony is going to show, we're going to talk about his troubles with the law. There was a drunken, disorderly problem that he had in the state of Ohio at about this time. Florida was not a pleasant thing. Coming back to Bath, Ohio was not pleasant. And his first order of business about coming back to Bath, Ohio, was he had to get rid of that body. He had secreted that body because he didn't know what to do with it. But when he came back, he got rid of it. He destroyed it. You're going to learn that Jeffrey Dahmer, in the performance of these horrific homicides, was in fact making what was human beings disappear into oblivion by destroying the very materials that made up the body, except for those parts that he wished to retain for his purposes. So he got rid of the body parts. He smashed them up and got them into the woods. And then he left Bath, Ohio, and he went to West Dallas to live with his grandmother. His fantasies never changed. They were ever present, as the doctors will tell you, as we have learned in this story. But he was able to cap them off without destruction by utilizing things available to him, such as pornography, masturbation, and things of that nature. In August of '82, he was charged with and convicted of disorderly conduct because he had exposed himself in form of urination at State Fair Park. He started to frequent sexually explicit bookstores for magazines, but he never approached anybody in those stores because of his personality, which was, as it will be testified to, quiet, shy, alone. It'll be shown that he had no friends, as we understand that concept. And as a result, he was very isolated. The doctors will indicate during this period of time, he was very depressed and lonely. 4.5 years after he had killed Mr. Hicks. In the mid-'80s, he violated the law again by a shoplifting charge where he took a jacket. 1983, he got a job at the blood center. His fantasies were such that he tasted blood while in the performance of that job. Didn't like it, never did it again. But the fantasy, the desire, the obsession will be brought to your attention as to why he would do that. Period of time thereafter, he continued to frequent these bookstores. His fantasies stayed the same. 83 to 85, we have a period of life of attempt to control and control. He tried to change. He tried to cut down on his masturbation, got it down to a once-a-week occurrence. He started going to church with his grandmother. He started reading religious books. He tried to repress his fantasy, and he stayed away from pornography as best he could. He tried. Got a job at a chocolate factory here in town. And then something happened in 1985 that the doctors will tell you is significant. It was significant because Jeffrey Dahmer, who was trying, was sitting in a library reading a book. And as he was reading the book, according to the reports that he gives to the doctors, to which the doctors will testify, suddenly a sheet of paper in the form of a note was thrown into the book he was reading. And as he saw this young fellow walking away who had thrown the sheet of paper in the book, he opened it up. And the words were, "Meet me in the bathroom. I'll give you a blowjob." We now have a critical moment in time where Jeffrey Dahmer, the man of many fantasies, is for the first time propositioned. But he doesn't fall yet. But very shortly thereafter, his control started falling apart. To reading religious books, to going to church, to trying to change your life around. The control of the fantasies as best he could. And he gave up. Started going back to the video games, video rooms, see the pornography. Started meeting people. Started having sex, real sex with people. In the desire to have his fantasies fulfilled, it wasn't that satisfying, having sex with live people, but he did it. To try and control, he started going to gay bars, and he started finding that he couldn't stop following these desires. He had no relationship with anyone other than a fast one-night stand, one-action stand. And then he started thinking, if I can keep them, they can't leave me. So he started thinking about drugging people. He started thinking about drugging people so that he would have control over them and that they would have to do his bidding because they couldn't resist doing his bidding. He desperately wanted to have somebody remain with him. But in order to fulfill his fantasies, having killed one fella, he tried to do a couple of things. He stayed all night in Boston's store one night till all the doors were closed, and he stole the male mannequin, brought it home with him, thinking that this might be a way out for him of his fantasies. Grandmother found the mannequin, and mannequin idea went. Didn't work. He started looking in the obituary section of the paper to find young people that might have died. And he went to various funeral homes to see the remains, and he decided that he found one. And he attempted to go to the cemetery to dig up that body, but he was unable to do it because the ground was so frozen. So he had no body. His sexual problems continued, and in '86, he was arrested for exposing himself in public. '86 starts to become a crucial year, as the doctors will tell you, because he bought a large TV and VCR and started buying very heavy porno videos. And he started going to a lot of bath clubs, and his object was looking for the best-looking guy. And then he would do is he would drug that person in those bathhouses, the person he chose, with a drug called Halcyon, which he was getting prescribed to himself for his alleged inability to sleep. But he didn't use it. It was only to put others out. So in their state, he could control and fulfill the fantasies that had been in his mind all this time. He would masturbate and masturbate and masturbate when this was happening with these drugged people. He would engage in light sex with them, and then when they were out, he would do them as he saw fit, but not killing any of them. He never injured, at least by physical trauma, any of these men that he drugged up until this point in time that he met at the bathhouses. Part of the reason that his fantasy was such that it was taking on this course is because when they were awake to engage in consensual sex, he was unable to perform for the most part. It was only after they were unconscious that his performance level went to the point where he was satisfied with it. He had to have that in order to perform. Did this about 10 to 15 times, and suddenly it became pretty clear as to who was dropping the knockout pills, so he was barred from these bath clubs, no longer able to go there. So he started taking men to hotel rooms, and we have a number of times, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, where he would take consenting adults, go to a hotel, and do whatever they do, and then it would be over. He didn't hurt them, didn't drug them. This would be ended. But he would have no relationship thereafter. The world, as we know it to be, started getting singed in November of 1987 when Jeffrey Dahmer started on a killing spree. Since the murder of Mr. Hicks did not occur in the state of Wisconsin, it is a matter for the Ohio authorities. You're going to hear the name of Mr. Toomey, who was Mr. Dahmer's second victim, first victim in Milwaukee County, but an uncharged homicide for reasons that will become clear. The rest of the 15 murders that took place after that were the charged murders. He met this gentleman and he took him to the Ambassador Hotel, and it was agreed that they would have consensual sex. His intention was not to kill him. His intention was to drink and have sex. And that took place, except that Mr. Dahmer and Mr. Toomey passed out from very, very strong rum that they were drinking, 150 proof rum. When Mr. Dahmer woke up, he was laying on top of Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey was dead. Dead. A massive bruise was viewed by Mr. Dahmer, so he knows he killed him. But he doesn't know when or how. But he knew this man was dead. And he was now in the Ambassador Hotel with a dead body, having signed in for just the night. So he went down trying to figure out what he was going to do about this terrible problem. And he went down to one of the malls, bought a big suitcase. He went back to the Ambassador Hotel, signed up for another night, and in the stealth of the night, he put this body into this large suitcase, called a cab, and took it to his grandmother's house, where he was living. Put it down into a fruit cellar and left it there for a period of time. And then one morning, while his grandmother was at church, He took the body out of the suitcase and he slit it open. And he masturbated. And he removed the head and retained it for a long period of time. And his sexual fantasies that he had and his conduct with that horrible thing that happened will be the subject matter of some discussions by the doctors. Dr. Berlin and Dr. Wallstrom and Dr. Becker will tell you when he woke up in the Ambassador Hotel, it was all over. Mr. Dahmer would continue to do this until it was stopped. I am to tell you that his experimentation on bodies started at that time. Started boiling and bleaching the skull. And he saved the skull for at least a week. And he would masturbate on a few occasions before he disposed of the body, which he did in the cellar of his grandmother's house by having the spillage through the sewer system, by smashing the bones, and by putting them in disposal bags and putting them in garbage cans. If I had my druthers, I would love to tell this story without mentioning anybody's name. But I can't do that. So when I mention the names of the victims, I do it hopefully with a religious intonation, because they were the most unfortunate victims anyone can imagine, that they had this happen to them. I'm going to ask Mr. Lefevre to stand up here and hold up some cards to show you, as I will read down the names of these people as to when they died, so that you will understand what I am I'm talking about as I talk. So you come up and grab the first one. The victims, and I don't know if you can see it from there, so maybe we can stand up here. We have listed the victims of Mr. Dahmer's murders. As I said, the first one was a Mr. Stephen Hicks, who died in June 25th, 1978. The second one, uncharged for the reasons that should be clear, there's no recollection of how it happened, was Mr. Stephen Tomey, who died in November of 1987. The first charged murder is that of Mr. James Dockstader, a youngster, born in 1973, died in January of 88. Mr. Guerrero was the second victim, charged victim. And I'm going to say charged victim because we concentrate on those, because you're going to have to make a decision on each one of these. Which man was killed in March of 88? Mr. Anthony Sears was killed in March of 89. If you, as I'm talking, see the difference in the term of months that took place almost a year later. The next gentleman who was killed was Mr. Raymond Smith, who died in May of 1990. He was also known as Ricky Lee Beats. July of 1990, Mr. Edward Smith was killed. And then 2 months later, Mr. Ernest Miller from Chicago. I believe at this juncture, prior to this killing, These were folks from Milwaukee area, except for Mr. Hicks. Let me indicate to you that in preparation for my opening statement, I do as much as I can to be accurate on facts. I'm sure you're not going to hold me to every single thing. If I said something happened on a Tuesday that might not happen on a Wednesday, that's not important. The evidence will tell you what the exact facts are. I'm trying to give you an overlay, so if it's later turns out that I was wrong on a name even, or a place even, that's my error. Doesn't mean that I was trying in any way to take advantage of anybody by fooling them. That's just a pure error, so please forgive me. The next gentleman was Mr. David Thomas, who was killed in October of 1990. And then in February of 1991, and up to the end of this killing spree, what with victim number 8, we find a whole bevy of homicides happened. Mr. Slaughter dying on February of 91. Mr. Earl Lindsay dying in April of 1991. Mr. Anthony Hughes a month later, May of 1991. And then, in that same month, the very, very distressing matter of Mr. Conrad and Sympathist Rome. The one that we were talked about oft times in the confines of the judge's chambers. And a month later, Mr. Matt Turner. And that was a very short time thereafter, Mr. Jeremiah Weinberger. And a very short time after that, Mr. Oliver Lacey. And a very short time after that, Mr. Joseph Bradoff. Then the Tracy Edwards incident, I believe on the 23rd, 4 days later. And thanks be to God, the end of this saga. So with that in mind, as I go through the next few days, mentioning these human beings who became sacrificial lambs to Mr. Dahmer's fantasies, I do it with as much respect as I can muster up. He killed Mr. Dockstader, and he kept his body a week, and he would lie with it. He would masturbate with it. He defleshed it, kept the skull. His compulsion, the doctors will tell you, was in full swing. Sexual acts, as the doctors testify, were more erotic when the victim was dead. His fantasies were having the person comatose, and then after they died, having sex with them. He did not want them to leave. He wanted to keep them, as he did Mr. Guerrero. And then September of '88, he was arrested for a crime. All of that is going to be explained to you in detail, involving a youngster, and he was prosecuted for that, successfully prosecuted, pled guilty to that, received a sentence with the hope of treatment in a form of probation, and it never took. It never took, as the testimony will show, because Jeffrey Dahmer did not want it to take. He did not want to stop what now had become his obsession, his fantasies, and his compulsions. While waiting to go to jail, he killed another man. And during the time that he was in jail for approximately 9 months, he was unable to carry out his killing spree, but he certainly didn't have it or get it under control. He didn't want to give up these body parts that became so important to him for his purposes of his compulsion. So he went, even before he had to go to jail, and bought a barrel, a sealed barrel that he could keep so that he could retain these parts that became so important to him. He went about the business of finding out how he could preserve these things so they would not deteriorate, these things that were so important to him in his obsession. He would take things out and look at them and masturbate. He kept body parts such as the genitalia. He played with heads, painted them, colored them, the skulls of these poor creatures. And some things he was able to go to work, and he kept them at his place of employment so he could look at them while he was spending his nights in jail. He was under supervision. He just flat out rejected it. He flat out rejected, as he has told and will tell you through the statements he made to the detectives. He did it. He didn't want it. He wanted to continue. He had an experience in one day off that he had during his period of incarceration where he was victimized, where he became a victim but survived, obviously, the thing that was happening between him and another person. When he got out of the institution, he took his sixth victim. Now he started taking pictures showing the carnage that he was causing these people as he was going along in this killing spree. He even attempted to keep a complete skeleton, but was unable to do that. He didn't know how to preserve it. He'd call taxidermists to see how to do things like that. And then we see Jeffrey Dahmer getting into some things that I'm sure the doctors and others will tell you of some interest, one way or the other. Interpretation of these facts are going to be done not by me, but by the doctors. He started started watching some videos, and the first one that seemed to really help him understand what he really wanted to be was something called The Return of the Jedi. Because in that he saw and he started thinking that he was or wanted to be like a character. And that is the emperor who was portrayed therein. This emperor who had total control and power over subjects. Subjects being people. He would bring the victims to his place where he was staying before he killed them, and make sure that they watched the same thing. He went so far as to buy yellow-tinted contact lenses because the emperor in that movie had those kind of eyes that came out. Gave him a feeling of power. People commented that he looked good with those. His eyes looked good when he would go about the preying upon these taverns and other places where he could find his prey. He'd watch it time and time again. His method of operation was to find a person who best fit his desire for body. The person with the body that he became obsessed with was his prey. Whoever fit that description of that body, that physique, was in harm's way. If Mr. Dahmer could persuade that person to come back to his apartment to watch videos, to pose for pictures, and in fact the incentive was that he would pay them for doing that. These men, these victims, were not all of that same sexual orientation. It's not a material fact. The material fact is that they were solicited and they were brought back with the avowed purpose that Mr. Dahmer was going to drug them up, take them from life through dying, through death, into death, to make them come back into life, his life, by the way he would conduct himself with them after they were dead. He ate body parts, the purpose of which, as he has expressed it and as the doctors believe it to be, so that these poor people he killed would become alive again in him. The doctors will tell you about this necrophilia, which they will say in Mr. Dahmer was a mental illness, a mental disease of him on this program, this plan of taking people from life through death into death and retaining them after death to bring them back into himself. The retention of body parts, the keeping of these many skulls. Came a time when the doctors will tell you that he started maintaining these to build a shrine. And the shrine was a shrine to himself. And that will come out in the testimony. His experimentation with these body parts and these bodies and the body parts that he retained is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling for us to understand, to hear, to think about. Boiling skulls to see whether or not that was a way of preserving them. How to dispose of these flesh that remained after his mutilation. Then there came a time where the killing, as I've obviously became very clear, started escalating, and his conduct in reference to these body parts started to escalate. And it got so sad that he started doing surgical experimentation on these poor souls before they died, so as to keep them from dying, but not because he cared, but because he wanted them for his purposes. He wanted to create zombies, people that would be there for him. He would have all kinds of sexual contact with the dead bodies. Oral, anal, into the viscera, all kinds. He became enamored, overwhelmed, caught up by a character in a movie called Exorcist III. And the doctors will tell you that the character that he became caught up with was Satan, because Satan was the personification of evil. And Mr. Dahmer felt that because of what he was, what he had done, what he was doing, that there was no entity to relate to other than Satan. When he brought that youngster up, the one that we've talked about, Conrad, and the police went up, in the next room, in his bedroom, there lied the dead body of another one of his victims. Mr. Dahmer persuaded those police officers that what he was doing was okay in reference to that young man, and that testimony is going to be made known to you and aired in this courtroom. I think it's important now for me to start telling you some things that will bring my opening statement to some sort of conclusion. My role as an advocate is to convince you, based upon the greater weight of the credible evidence, to a reasonable certainty that this young man was mentally ill. I am his advocate. Nothing that I have said can, should, might be interpreted as my believing other than my obligation, my duty, and my desire to prove to you that he was mentally ill. We are precluded in a courtroom, all of us lawyers, from telling you what our personal opinion is. It is not appropriate to do that. I have said a lot of things about this young man that are so absolutely evil that one would have to say, are you saying that he was evil? And I'm saying to you that I accept the responsibility of proving to you that this was not an evil man, this was a sick man whose sickness rose to the level of mental illness, that he was suffering from a mental disease at the beginning of these killing sprees, during these killing sprees, which mental disease, I submit to you, will be shown by the doctor's testimony to be growing and growing and growing to the point where he became absolutely unable to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And in fact, to really appreciate what he was doing, the wrongfulness of his conduct. That as this killing spree continued along with this young man, as you will get to know him through the doctors, this isolated person, not the one who isn't out in the world, but isolated in his own mind, certainly isolated in his private life, who lives on his fantasies and who works out his fantasies, was a mentally diseased human being, and as a result of it, he could not have the capacity to conform to the requirements of law until, in God's providence, Tracy Edwards escaped from his grasp and the police came back and it all unfolded. My purpose is not to quarrel with Mr. McCann. My purpose is not to quarrel with anyone. My purpose is to let you decide, now that you've heard as much horror, it can't get any worse than this. There will be more details, but the bad part is over. It's as bad as it can possibly be thought to have been. And I don't want to walk down here and sit here and say I'm making excuses for my representation of this human being, because I am not. I am a lawyer. I have bringing into this courtroom, and I know the ones that the other people are, the other sides are bringing in, and I will tell you absolutely, unqualifiedly, that in this courtroom in the next 2 weeks will be the finest, the best this country has to offer to bring not only to your attention, but whomever else is interested, as to how this horrible, horrible tragedy could have occurred because of an effect of a human mind. Everything we do is for you. Those who are interested, the very, very unfortunate victims, families, who don't need my sympathy. I can't ever make it right by them, ever, no matter what. But I am sensitive to it. And I respect the state of Wisconsin for coming in and fighting these charges, because that's what they feel they should. Just as I know I have to do what I'm doing, and I make no excuses for it. When I get to talk to you again, it'll take on, I think, a different type of statement, because then I'll be able to argue. I can't argue now. I can only tell you what I know I have to do, and I can also tell you that I'm going to do it. I am hopefully going to call a gentleman who's had some law enforcement experience, if allowed to do so as we progress, so that you may hear some things about how law enforcement finds things in people of this kind of mindset. But I won't say anything more than that. One of the biggest problems in an opening statement, if you say you're going to prove something, you don't prove it, a jury might say, well, he told us he promised us something and he didn't come through. Well, I'll promise you this. I'll promise you that I'm bringing in 3 great professionals whose opinions are going to be disagreed with by others, but it doesn't make them wrong. You're the ones who are going to have to make that decision. We all came into this courtroom this morning because of the questions you answered during the last few days with no opinion. You 14 folks have no opinion, and you won't have an opinion until you hear everything, and I believe that. So I ask that you believe what I've told you. And if I've said things that are out of whack, if I misplaced something, the evidence you hear is the barometer of that. If I've said anything that's offended you because I've telling you this story, I submit to you that there's no way you 14 can feel that way, because we all promised each other that this is what I was going to do and you were ready to accept it. And I appreciate that and your candor. As soon as I sit down, as far as I'm concerned, you no longer exist. My job is to get information out so that you may think about it, and then in the final analysis we'll talk about it. And I thank you very much for your attention at this juncture. I will move it along quickly. Tracy Edwards, perhaps somebody from law enforcement, certainly a member of the Milwaukee Police Department or 2. There will be 3 professionals in the form of 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist. And I'm not going to stay and ask any more questions than I think you want me to ask. I'm not going to keep them on and say the same thing over and over and over again. A jury individually and a jury collectively is very bright, and I know I don't have to do that. So we'll get to the heart of the problem so you can get to the meat of the question and address it in the final analysis. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is also the opening statement time for the state of Wisconsin. As a district attorney, you have the option of either waiting until the first part proceeds or proceeding now. And I wish to tell you what the state will be showing in this case and what the basic theme of this case is. We all have sexual desires. That comes with humanity. Everyone in this room has sexual desire. Some of them vary. Some of them vary in strength. Some of them may be for a man may desire a woman. A woman may desire a man. A man may desire another man, or a woman may desire another woman. We understand that. We all have those experiences. Most of us know what we're talking about. Some people have different desires that vary from that. For some, it may be a desire to have sex with a child, referred to as a pedophile. For another person, they're taken up with a fetish. Maybe they get particular excitement out of seeing a woman's stockings or a woman's undergarments. And we understand that. And that involves consensual, not for the child, but for adults, it's consensual. People understand that. And people can either reject it or accept what another one's sexual desires are as an adult. But the key issue is you don't impose that on somebody else. And that's what this case is about. This is about a man that had sexual desires for men. Not a crime, certainly. In most states it isn't, certainly. It isn't in Wisconsin. Sexual desire for men. But he was a man that didn't want to, after having relations with such men, he didn't want to stop there. He didn't want it to end. He wanted it to continue under his terms. And that's what this is about. The decision of the defendant to go ahead, to take men unwillingly in bathhouses, and I'll talk about that, even other adults that wouldn't do as he wished, he began to drug them. And that's really what this is about an appetite, a sexual appetite of this defendant that simply would not be stopped. You're aware of that in other types of cases, whether it's child molesting cases or rape cases. We're aware of that. This is another type of case. This man's first preference was not dead bodies. He repeats that throughout his statements. He repeats that to the psychiatrist. His first preference is not dead bodies. That's a later preference. That's subsequent when he can't get people to do exactly as he wishes. Then he considers use of a dead body. You may be thinking, let's talk about his youth. You may be thinking a person that killed 17 people must come from a violent household. I think we tend to think there must be battery here, child abuse. Must be that there may be sexual abuse. Was there incest in the home? Something wrong between, something sexually wrong between the mother and the son, or between the father and the boy? Something like that going on? No evidence of it in this family. Was there some violence going on? Was he beaten and kicked and knocked around by an abusive parent? The record is devoid of that, and I don't think you'll see anything of that in this trial. His father is a degreed man, has a doctoral degree, and is a successful chemist. This is not a hardship story. The years that we're talking out in Bath, Ohio, you're talking about a young man raised in a beautiful home on about 1/4 acre of land, 1 1/4 acres, with a pond, trees. We're talking about really a person raised in many ways in a very advantaged situation, not a desperately beaten, abused person. Keep that in mind. A person that wanted something and wasn't going to take no. With respect to the jogger, the first issue of the jogger, he's 15 or 16 years old, Mr. Boyle has told you, and the evidence will show. He decides, he focuses on a young man that's a jogger in the neighborhood. Decides he's going to attack him. We're told that this obsession, he's going to attack him. So he lies in wait. He gets saws a baseball bat in half and lies in wait where he's seen that jogger running. Well, that day the jogger doesn't run by. Is he seized out of control? Does he run around the park looking for somebody else to beat? Does he grab another jogger and go after him? Grab somebody else, go to another park, start prowling the streets that day? No way. The jogger doesn't come along, and he goes back home. He decides, no, he won't act on it. The opportunity isn't right, the jogger isn't there, so he goes back to his home. The next incident we hear about is a man named Stephen Hicks. You see here to my right, I've written it up there, homicide, to assist you because of the number here. Stephen Hicks, age 19, during the summer of 1978. Mr. Dahmer has graduated from Revere High School in Bath, Ohio. He's finished his high school education. He is driving along. He starts thinking about, he reports that he's had thoughts about having sex with a hitchhiker. On this particular day, he sees a hitchhiker, passes by and thinks about it. He's got a car that day. He's got a home available to him that day. His parents are not there. And he picks up that hitchhiker and takes that hitchhiker back to the home. He then decides, that hitchhiker, after a period of time, the hitchhiker apparently, and he gives some mixed statements on this. His initial statements to police are not the final statements on it. But eventually he indicates that he decides that he wants to have sex with this hitchhiker and comes up behind him, invites him to the home. They're talking, and he comes up behind him and hits him with a barbell, renders him unconscious, and then proceeds to strangle him with a portion of the barbell for sex, to have sex with him. This is not a fight. This is not an angry fight. It's a decision. And if you believe Mr. Dahmer at the end, he didn't even ask for it. This isn't even a turn down involved. It's a decision that he is going to have sex with that young man. And he does. He conceals the body. A day or two later, he takes it apart, cuts it up, decides to transport it to a dump, packs it into some garbage bags, puts it in the back of the car, and drives down the road. He's stopped by a police officer driving to the left of center. And that officer stops the car and thinks there's some drunkenness involved, and there's a discussion between the officer and himself. And he persuades the officer that he is not intoxicated. And the officer writes a ticket, driving left of center, and leaves him alone. And Mr. Dahmer then returns to the house, to the family house, the body still in the back, and stuffs it into a part of the house. At first he told police that 2 weeks later he got rid of the body, that under a crawl space, but in a later statement he said no, in fact it was 2 years later after the military, some 3 years later, that he came back and disposed of the body of Stephen Hicks. That was the first slaying. That occurred in Ohio. That is outside the jurisdiction of the state of Wisconsin, and that occurred in 1978. Mr. Dahmer states he experienced remorse about this. You will see one of the tests we'll talk about is whether he knew it was right or wrong. Mr. Boyle did not address that issue because I don't think there's really much dispute about that issue at all. I think you will find from the evidence that Mr. Dahmer knew at all times what he was doing was wrong. This is not the case of a psychotic man that didn't know the difference between right and wrong. This is a man that had just graduated from high school in a family where there were many opportunities. He decided he would then go to Ohio State University, and in the fall of 1978, he matriculated at Ohio State University and lived in a suite of rooms there with a number of other men. There were no assaults during that time. Whatever he says bothered him or stimulated him, he had under control. There were no further attacks in the summer of 1978. He went to the University, Ohio State University, lived in a suite of rooms with other men. There are no reports of attacks on those men. He flunked out because of excessive drinking, in part. Decided that he would enter the Army, and in late of 1978, late in that year, he entered the United States Army. And served in the Army the better part of 3 years. Trained down in camps in the southern part of the United States, and then moved over to Germany, where he lived for the better part of those 3 years. Lived in a barracks right near men in the southern camps. Lived in a barracks in Germany. There are no sexual assaults during that time. There are no impulses that he doesn't control. He undertakes to masturbate, which has become a habit with him, a way that some people deal with sexual stress, particularly younger men. You may say it's wrong, you may say it's right, you may say it's healthy, you may say it's unhealthy. There's a division of perception on that. But he gets pornography and he deals with those desires in that fashion. Doesn't attack anybody, and those years pass without any evidence of an attack. Sexual desire, yes, we all have sexual desire. And he's dealing with those sexual desires, controlling those sexual desires. He returns from the United States in March to the United States. He's mustered out because of excessive drinking, mustered out of the Army, and goes down to Miami, Florida, where he lives for a number of months, roughly from March to September of 1981. There are no sexual assaults down there. He's controlling himself. No evidence that he attacked anyone, either statements by him or by anybody else. He kept his sexual urges under control. Returns in September or so to Bath, Ohio, where his parents are. His father, there's been a divorce, and the father has remarried. Is there for a couple of months, and the decision is made that he will go to live with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. And he moves here to Milwaukee County. This is in 1981. Takes up residence with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. And he resides there for several years. In 1982, he has a job at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center. Works there for a year, has some problems. He does have a curiosity about blood. This was brought out by one of our psychiatrists. Does have a curiosity about blood, tastes it once, doesn't like it, that's the end of it. Curious, yes, I grant you that. Different taste, curiosity. Tries it once, doesn't like it, that's the end of it. Tastes it, doesn't like it. In 1982, 1983, and 1984, under the influence of his grandmother, he turns towards religion. and get somewhat serious about religion, about taking his drinking under control, about dealing with his sexuality. And during that time, he states that with that aid, he came with a pretty good control of himself. And I'll read briefly what one of the reports, indicating what one of those reports were. After a period of time, he said his grandmother was a religious woman, and at this time he began attending church with her, and was apparently looking into religious ideals in an attempt to change his life. He stated he recalls reading the Bible and attempting to look for a job and to live the so-called, quote, straight and narrow life, close quote. He stated that he looked into the religious aspects of life. However, Mr. Boyle has indicated as well, he was at the West Dallas Library apparently one day. A man passed him by, dropped a note in his lap, suggesting a homosexual liaison in the basement of that library. He did not respond to that, did not go down to the basement, did not meet that man. However, he indicates then, after that occurred, these ideas started to bother him again, what he described as the darker side of himself. And he quit attending church and looking into a religion, and for a while he delved into the occult. He stated that he did this because he felt that since religion wasn't working, maybe he should delve into the occult and into Satanism. However, after reading several books and dabbling into it, at least at that time, he decided that it was not for him, and he began to give into his homosexual tendencies. There may be different perceptions of that in this room and on this jury about whether that's right or wrong. In our state, it's not a crime between adults to have homosexual practices. That's the state of law in our state. And that's what guides in terms of what a person lawfully or unlawfully does. At any rate, he became involved then. He started to read gay and homosexual pornography, eventually became acquainted with the bars in the homosexual areas of our city. Those are on the South 2nd Street area, south of the city of Milwaukee, the Milwaukee River. He became familiar with gay bathhouses and undertook to attend and participate in activities. Meanwhile, in 1985, he had gotten a job at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company as a mixer. It was a third shift job. It started in 1985. It was to continue virtually to the time of his arrest. He was to perform as an employee. At the bathhouses, he describes how there was casual sex, persons that would meet in relatively short time and engage in sexual activities. Some persons wished to have anal sex. Others wished to lie with Mr. Dahmer. In these bathhouses, he describes how there'll be a central lounge area, and then there'll be a number of rooms around that lounge area, small rooms with beds where if individuals wish to engage in homosexual activities, they meet in that lounge area, repair to the bedroom area, and engage in those activities. Some of those men whom he met wanted to have anal sex with him. In other words, wanted to penetrate his anal orifice with their penis. He did not like that, and he decided that he wanted to continue to attend the bathhouses. He wanted to express himself sexually that way, but he did not want the other person, the other male, to express himself by anal sex on Mr. Dahmer. He felt that sometimes the men insisted on that. He didn't want that, but he wanted the sex. So he came up with an idea of drugging the persons he would meet at the bathhouses, particularly the Milwaukee bathhouse. And so we're not talking at all about someone sharing marijuana or sharing cocaine. We're talking about Mr. Dahmer deceiving these men and giving them drugs that would put them to sleep. He decided then that in order to do that, he would go to a physician and lie about say to the physician that because he was working the third shift, he needed sleeping pills so that he could sleep during the day. And from day one, with that ruse, he went to a physician and secured a particular drug. I don't wish to mention that drug, and I hope you will understand that, because I think there are people that might want to drug other people. I think that's a true tragedy in life. There are people that will take sexual advantage of each other. Sometimes you've heard the expression, candy's dandy, but liquor is quicker. You don't have to be a homosexual person to want to take advantage of another person sexually. There are persons who deliberately will ply a woman with alcohol with the intent of taking advantage of her sexually. And there are persons who are available for drugs. If they knew how to do it, the concern would be that they would use that drug to put someone to sleep. They are not insane people that would do that any more than men who used alcohol to get a woman drunk, to take advantage of her sexually, was an insane person. It's been going on for a long time. And he determined to take that drug that he got with the ruse from the physician, with the ruse that he needed it to sleep. And he began to experiment with drugging people. Maybe you're unhappy with what goes on in bathhouses. Maybe you aren't. But this much is true. You've got no right to drug somebody else against their will. No matter what they're undertaking to do with you, you've got no right to do that. And because it may be sex that some in this jury may feel that they don't approve of, it doesn't mean you have a right to drug somebody else. And that's what he did. Began to drug people at the bathhouses. And the word got around. And finally, a gentleman who ran the bathhouse at that time, Bradley Barbush, he'll be a witness, became angry about it and confronted Dahmer and said, "Get out. You can't do that anymore. We don't want you around here. Get out." And kicked him out of the bathhouse, the Milwaukee bathhouse. Dahmer knew it was wrong. Dahmer never contended that what he was doing was right, whether it's this or whether it's killing people. Never contended at any time that he was hearing a voice or anything else. And there was Barbush telling him, "Look it, buddy, you can't drug people. Get out of here." And he kicked him out. That was the gentleman that operated the bathhouse at that time, and he will be a witness. Did Dahmer stop? No. We know the purchasing of drugs continued. I'm going to pick up with a little bit greater detail now in citing particular dates of activities. On 7/31/86, July 31, 1986, Dahmer visited Dr. Carl Olson on South 90th Street and received a prescription for the particular drug he was using to drug these people. On September 8th of 1986, Dahmer was arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior. That was later amended to disorderly conduct. He was convicted on March 10, 1987 for disorderly conduct and received 1 year's probation. What was involved was indecent exposure. And it's interesting, I ask you to follow this because you'll see the want of candor. You'll see in future incidences when he's talking with a psychologist or a probation worker, Mr. Dahmer will undertake to deceive that worker about what really happened here at this exposure case. He was exposing himself in a park to several young boys, minors. And they reported it to the police. The police arrested him. At first he denied it. And then he confessed that he had done it a number of times. That officer will be called to testify to whom he confessed, that he had done it a number of times, at least 4 or 5 times. And he was found guilty. What is interesting about it, as well as other things, is that you will see when he later speaks to other persons in the criminal justice system through the years, the psychologists, probation officers, he will undertake to try to deceive them about the true nature of what happened in that incident. That was he would pled guilty on March 10, 1987. But even while that case was pending, on February 13 of 1987, he received another order of this drug that had been prescribed by Dr. Olson from Richard's Pharmacy. Also on the 27th of February, he purchased 30 tablets of this particular drug from this particular pharmacy, which had been prescribed by Dr. Olson. We'll have Dr. Olson testify, because I want you to see that Mr. Dahmer has a history of deceiving doctors. And here he's deceiving a doctor, going to him, saying what his problems are, fabricating a problem, and getting a drug. I think that's important to keep that in mind. Again, on the 10th of April the 10th of 1987, he again purchased that same particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. Again, on the 15th of May of 1987, he purchases 30 tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. Again, on July 1, 1987, he purchases 30 tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Olson. He's using this drug basically for the purpose of drugging people. He's now out of the bathhouses. He's going to hotels. He said he used the Ambassador Hotel and the Wisconsin Hotel. He would meet these men, persuade them. He said his typical process was to suggest he would pay them to come, go to the hotel with them, and drug them. And while they were drugged, he would use them sexually. Now mind, no matter what he says his fantasies were, the incidences in the bathhouses did not result in anyone being killed, and the incidences in the hotels do not involve anyone getting killed until November, the latter part of November of 1987. However, before getting into November of 1987, I'd like to speak to a condition of probation. When Mr. Dahmer was convicted of the indecent exposure, the disorderly conduct case, he was placed on probation, and a condition of that probation was that he was to get help, psychological help. The judge in that case said, look, something's wrong here, get some psychological help. And he undertook, by order of the court, he undertook to start visiting with Dr. Evelyn Rosen. She is a clinical psychologist. Those treatments continued until March of 1988. But what is critically important here, he is beginning to see a psychologist, meets with her on October 5th of 1987, meets with her again on November 2nd of 1987, meets again with her on November 16th of 1987, and doesn't cooperate. Here's an opportunity to get some help, sent there by a court, an opportunity. The issue here is going to be responsibility. Responsibility for what he did. And here is an opportunity to get help. If he's troubled by this, by what he says are the fantasies that go on in his mind. But he doesn't do that. Indeed, the records reflect that he rejects assistance from Dr. Rosen, is obviously uncooperative. Indeed, over the year that he sees her on several occasions, flatly turns his back to her. And this is not psychosis. No evidence of psychosis from that. Flatly turns his back, rejects the hand, rejects the purpose, the court-ordered assistance. He rejects and does not cooperate with Dr. Rosen throughout that period. He sees her on November 16, 1987 again, Dr. Evelyn Rosen. On or about the 20th of November, that's towards the end of November of 1987, he meets a young man by the name of Stephen Tomey, and they go to the Ambassador Hotel. Mr. Dahmer will indicate that he has already reserved that room. He has already ground the pills that he's going to use to drug. He has secured the room, prepared the pills, and then he goes out to look for whom he will victimize. I hope I do not fail to mention it because it's important. You will see that every person he victimizes either doesn't have a car or doesn't have use of the car at that time. What is supposed to be an ungovernable, uncontrollable urge is a highly selective to make sure that the person he selects, and he explains later he doesn't want a car around because the police interest might be aroused. At any rate, he selects Mr. Stephen Twomey, goes out literally, gets him, brings him back, offers him some money to come back. They come back to the hotel, and he drugs him, which is his practice. Mr. Dahmer himself is drinking. Mr. Dahmer says he woke up the next morning and Stephen Twomey was dead in the bed. Mr. Dahmer says he doesn't know what happened. He saw an injury, looked like a rib injury on Mr. Twomey. Mr. Dahmer could not recall. He said himself his arms were bruised, but he did not know what happened. Drinking, whatever it was, he did not know what happened. He went down to the hotel lobby, signed in for another day, keeping the room for another day. During that day, went down to the Grand Avenue Mall, bought a large suitcase, and brought it back to the Ambassador Hotel. He stuffed Mr. Twomey into that suitcase, waited until about 1 or so in the morning, summoned a cab, and took the suitcase with Mr. Twomey into it down to the cab, got into the cab, and went out to his grandmother's home. When he got out to the grandmother's home at the opportune time, he disposed of the body of Mr. Stephen Twomey, masturbated on it, and disposed of the body of Mr. Stephen Twomey. Cut it up, cut up the flesh into small garbage bags, triple-lined garbage bags, took it out to the garbage, took the bones, wrapped them in a sheet, and smashed them with a sledgehammer, and then put them also in the garbage. And you'll see he did this with several of the others that he killed at the grandmother's home. Waited until the garbage men took away the evidence the next day or so. It's interesting because at this time, when the psychiatrist talked about this particular time with Mr. Dahmer, they asked him, and particularly Dr. Dietz, told him, well, what about this after this event? And he said, well, Dahmer says the following: since I had completely failed in trying to resist the urges, I just went with it, embraced it. Question: decided not to try. Answer: right. Question: but the only time you tried to resist was when you were going with religion with your grandma. Answer: right. And then the failure with the fellow at the Ambassador. Do you even remember what happened there? Answer: after that, there was no resistance. After that, none. It was a gradual escalation. Drinking, bath clubs, bookstores, bath clubs, right up until the ultimate. The bath clubs that he was going to later was in Chicago. Question: did you understand how self-indulgent this was? Answer: I did, but by that time my moral compass was so shot, so totally corrupted, that was my main focus of life. These were my fantasies. That's what's fueled my fantasies. That's what happens when you think you don't have to be accountable to anyone. You think you can hide your activities and never have to account for them. It can lead to anything then, which it did. Question: you think more people would have done these sort of things if you weren't inhibited by your conscience? Answer: it would depend on the person, I suppose. I don't know. I can't speak for others. I really don't know. I only know what happened in my case. Question: you felt this as a struggle for a couple of years? Answer: right. Up until the Ambassador. And then there was no struggle after that. No struggle at all. Question: you did just what you pleased. Answer: right. Exactly. That hits it at the heart. I'm a human being. I've struggled with sexual impulses. I think every human being struggles with sexual impulses. You can't stop that struggle. It's lifelong. If the normal person declines as you grow older. And the issue is here, and that's what this case is about. A man that quit struggling and yielded. We go on. In a pattern that is somewhat frequent. That was a weekend, that particular November date, on November 23rd, 1987, which was a Monday, apparently the Monday after the Ambassador Hotel incident. Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On November 24, 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. That's where he'd gotten the job in 1985. Again, on December 17, 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer saw Dr. Rosen. No cooperation there. Again, on December 21, 1987, Dahmer sees Dr. Rosen. No sharing of problems. On December 30th, 1987, Dahmer purchases more of this particular drug at Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. Going to get more drugs. On the 4th of January, 1988, Dahmer again sees Dr. Rosen. No cooperation. On Sunday, the 17th of January in 1988, we are now down to here. James Dockstader, on the 17th of January 1988, a 15-year-old boy. Jeffrey Dahmer says he met him at the 219 Club. This is a club in the area of where there are a number of gay-type clubs. Dahmer met him there, offered money, took him out to the grandmother's house in West Dallas, took him in, the grandmother was asleep, drugged him, had sex with him, and killed him, 15-year-old boy, then disposed of the body. On Monday, the 25th, 1988, Jeffrey Dahmer took a sick day at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. This is the Monday after this weekend. On that very same Monday, the day after or the weekend following that, Jeffrey Dahmer again saw Dr. Rosen. Every time I can assure you that he sees Dr. Rosen, there's no cooperation. He will not cooperate, doesn't share, does nothing, doesn't reach out for help. On Saturday, March 5th, 1988, Dahmer purchases 30 tablets, this drug, at the Richards Pharmacy prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. On March the 7th, 1988, Dahmer sees Dr. Rosen again. On Sunday, March 27, 1988, the fourth victim, Richard Guerrero, age 22. Basic facts are these. Mr. Dahmer meets him at the Phoenix Bar. That's one of the gay bar area. He went to Dahmer's grandmother's house out in West Dallas, and they had oral sex. Mr. Dahmer drugged Guerrero, killed him, and disposed of the body. Why is he doing this? Why does he say that he did this? The reason is to extend his time of pleasure. He wants the man compliant. His first choice is a totally compliant living human being. His first choice is not a dead body. He wants a totally compliant living human being. He likes to lay on that person, a man. He likes to feel and hear the body movements, hear the heart. He likes the response of a living human being, the sexual response of a living human being. But he wants to continue it. And these chaps want to leave. Hey, it's time to go. When he knows that's coming, you get out the drug. He's going to continue the pleasure. And drugs the person so they don't leave, and he continues the pleasure. And when they come out of the drug, they're going to want to leave. So you kill them, and you keep the body. And you got a couple more days of pleasure out of that body. For your couple of days of pleasure, second-rate pleasure, it's not his first choice, it's his third or fourth choice. I'll detail it later what his choices are. But to continue that pleasure for several days. And you can see, and particularly Dr. Fosdal in his remarks when he testifies, he'll talk about talking with Dahmer, how the total lack of respect for life that Dahmer had, his pleasure over the other person's life. Those were the choices. And Fosdal asked him, look, you made these choices. And he said, yes, I made these choices. On Monday, that slaying was on March 27, 1988, a Sunday. On Monday, March 28, 1988, Dahmer took an unexcused absence from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company in the process of enjoying and getting rid of the body. On the 4th of April, 1988, on the third reading of April 1988, Mr. Dahmer met Mr. Ronald Flowers. Mr. Flowers has a car, but Mr. Flowers was leaving in this gay bar area. His car was parked there, and he was going to leave. He had been visiting in one of the taverns with friends of his and was leaving. His car wouldn't start, and he will testify to this. His car would not start. He tried to get it started. Finally walked over to a telephone booth to call a friend to see if he could get a friend to come and jump-start his car. While he's at that booth, he's frustrated. There are other people waiting at the booth, and Dahmer comes up to him and starts to push him. Now come on out, let's have some fun. Come out to my grandmother's house. I got a car there. I'll take her car and we'll go jump-start your car. As a matter of fact, that's a lie. Dahmer didn't have a driver's license. Throughout these incidents, Dahmer does not drive a car, Jeffrey Dahmer, although he was driving as a younger man. The individual, Mr. Flowers, is reluctant, as he'll tell you, will testify. He decides to go out to the house, out to the Dahmer household, the grandmother's house. They take a cab out there, but Mr. Dahmer doesn't park the cab in front of the house, doesn't take the cab to the house, stops the cab a couple of blocks away, says, no, we'll get out here. He gets out there, and Flowers will testify to this. They start walking for a couple of blocks, and Flowers says, what's going on here? Flowers says, look, all I wanted with this guy was to get a jump start from my car. They have to walk a couple of blocks, and he's saying, hey, where's this house? Where's your car? Finally, they come up to the grandmother's house in West Dallas. They go inside, and when they go inside, Mr. Flowers will testify, he hears the mother call out, Jeffrey, is that you? The mother hears the voices, apparently, of the two men. Mr. Flowers is a tall, handsome man, as you will see. Hears the voices of the two men, and it's apparent that the grandmother must know that there are two men there in the house. They sit down, they have a cup of coffee. Mr. Dahmer, as was his custom and the way he drugged these men, offers a cup of coffee. Mr. Flowers wants to get back and get his car started. He's not happy. He says, okay, you'll have a cup of coffee. The coffee is served. He says he notes that as he's preparing it, doesn't think about anything at the time. He remembered it well afterwards. The Dahmer's got his back to him as he's preparing the cups of coffee. Then he passes the coffee to him. Flowers starts to take it. He says, right away, even before I passed out, I knew I had been drugged. In very short order, down he went. That's all he can remember. He wakes up in the county hospital. Ronald Flowers does, as he will testify. Dahmer told the police that what happened was that after Dahmer passed out, or after Flowers passed out, he took advantage of him sexually, took advantage of Mr. Flowers. Flowers had told Mr. Dahmer what his work was. This is what Dahmer told the police about this incident involving Mr. Flowers, and that is the encounter on April 3, 1988. Flowers told him that he had a car problem, at which time Jeffrey stated that they could take a cab back to his grandmother's house where he could get his grandmother's car and come back to give him a jump. Dahmer stated that they went into the house, and after Dahmer turned off the alarm, he gave Flowers a cup of coffee in the basement, and the coffee had halcyon in it. Mr. Dahmer stated that he had gave Flowers as much as 12 of these pills, because Flowers is a big man. He wanted to make sure he got enough to knock him out, and that he passed out Flowers within half an hour after they arrived at the residence. He stated that Mr. Flowers passed out, at which time Dahmer pulled his pants down. He does not recall if he had oral sex with him or not. But in the morning, his grandmother, Dahmer says his grandmother saw him at that time, at which time Mr. Dahmer decides that Flowers was too big, and Dahmer didn't want to cause a commotion, and his grandmother had seen him, so he decides not to kill Flowers. He decides not to kill Flowers. Dahmer went on to state that he walked, when finally Flowers became roughly at least somewhat groggy but conscious, he walked him to a bus stop on 57th and Lincoln, gave him $1 to get on the bus. Dahmer admitted that he did take $80 from Mr. Flowers, but stated that he left other monies in his wallet. Mr. Flowers doesn't recollect that. He was so drugged. Mr. Flowers, the first thing he recollects is waking up in the county hospital, where apparently someone saw him in a drug condition and took him out to the county hospital. The point here is, even when he has him drugged, he decides, grandmother found out about it, he decides not going to go ahead with the killing. It doesn't hide the body. He could hide the body, kill him, hide the body. He doesn't do that because there's some risk involved. This is not a man out of control. He decides at that time, as he said, decided not to kill Mr. Flowers. Again, he's running low on his drugs, and on August the 4th, 1988, he purchases 30 more tablets of that particular dope from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. Then on September 27, 1988, Mr. Dahmer is arrested at 808 North 24th Street. He has left the grandmother's home and gotten an apartment down on North 24th Street near Wells Street. We are now at the sexual assault, which occurs on September 26, 1988. Because there is a minor involved, as he will testify, he is 13 years of age, and I am not going to release his name at this time. The offense occurred on the 26th of September 1988. The arrest, early in the morning at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company, he was arrested. And early the next morning on September 27th. Here's what happened. That young man will testify to it. He was walking home from school in that area. He says Mr. Dahmer came up to him, told him that he had gotten a new camera. We're talking about a 13-year-old boy. He had gotten a new camera, and Mr. Dahmer wanted him to pose for that camera. And would he do him a favor and offer some money? Would he come over and pose? He's got this new camera. This boy is a Laotian boy. He's not he was not fully Americanized in the sense that Americans, I think, teach their kids very much. You don't meet a stranger and go to someone's house. We went to the house. He's a 13-year-old boy. Got in the house, and Mr. Dahmer prepares the cup of coffee with the drug in it and passes the cup of coffee to the boy. He has the boy start posing, and while the boy will say he was scared, obviously, at this situation, told him to take his shirt off, then zip his pants open, and Dahmer went over and reached down and touched his penis, pulled his penis out over his underwear. The boy became alarmed and afraid. He had taken some of the coffee, and he got up and said, he's got to go, he's got to go. And Dahmer, he has some recollection of Dahmer saying, here's the money, and having some money, and the boy left the house. He had not gotten far, as he'll testify, before he began to feel the effect of the drugs. He made it home, and his next consciousness, he wakes up in a hospital where his parents have taken him to a hospital because he's arrived home. Why didn't Mr. Dahmer kill this young man? Mr. Dahmer states that he had to work that evening, and for that reason he didn't kill him. He had to go to work. Does this sound like something he couldn't control? Here's the young man leaving. Relatively slight boy of age 13. He doesn't attempt to overpower him. That's not the plan. There could be, I suppose, if that was his intent, if that he tried that, there could be a ruckus. The point of the matter is he doesn't undertake to slay this boy, although he's got him there, he's given him the drugs, and the young man is there. He doesn't undertake to kill him. He was arrested the next morning. The boy, of course, went to the hospital. The police went to the hospital. Inquiry was made. Dahmer was identified, and early the next day, the police went to the Ambrosia Chocolate Company and arrested him at work. Dahmer was taken, the investigating officer, Scott Schaefer, will testify. He will testify how he was brought him to he was brought to the Detective Bureau, and Schaefer interviewed him at that time. And I want you to hear Schaefer, because if a man is under arrest, that's a time of stress. You're going to see that he does not act psychotically. One of the doctors, one of Mr. Boyle's doctors, claims he's psychotic. I'm going to bring in all kinds of witnesses, not that just spent 10 hours with Mr. Dahmer, but which spent a lot more time, that are going to tell you they never observed anything psychotic about Mr. Dahmer. The psychiatrist saw him for 10 hours. We're going to put people on the stand that worked with him and saw Dahmer for thousands of hours, and say they never saw him out of touch with reality. They didn't see him with the lack of with free-flowing ideas, or bizarre behavior, or out of touch with reality, or incoherent speech. The people that spent thousands of hours with him didn't see him like that. People that worked with him never saw him like that, although Mr. Boyle's psychiatrist is going to claim that he's psychotic. In any event, I'll put on the stand Detective Scott Schaefer, who interviewed Mr. Dahmer at the time of his arrest. Again, this is less than a month later. He was arrested on September 27, 1988. On October 7, 1988, he's back getting the drug from the pharmacy, again prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. That's less than a month after the arrest. On the 10th of February, 1989, Dahmer purchases more tablets of that particular drug from Richard's Pharmacy, prescribed by Dr. Carl Olson. On September the 10th, strike that, on March the 10th, 1989, Dahmer pleads guilty to the second-degree sexual assault. There are 2 counts, enticing and touching. Enticing, bringing him off the street into the house, and then sexually touching him in the house. It's 2 counts, and he faced substantial years in prison. However, he is given probation. But even before that sentencing takes place, he pleads guilty on March the 10th. He will not be sentenced until May 23rd. That's 2 months later. However, on Saturday, March 25th, 1989, that's 15 days after he pleads guilty, victim number 5, Anthony Sears. Mr. Dahmer met him at La Cage, which is in the gay bar area near 2nd and National. They went to Dahmer's grandmother's house out in West Dallas, where they had sex. Dahmer then drugged the victim and killed him. This is the 5th victim. That occurred, as you can see, he was aged 24 years of age on March 25, 1989. Imagine while the case is pending. On May 23, 1989, he is sentenced for second-degree sexual assault. He received 1 year in the House of Correction and 5 years of probation. 4 days later, on May 27, 1989, he purchased some more drugs from the pharmacy. All right, what happens from then on, the next period? You see a gap there. From that sexual assault on May 23, 1989, the next homicide that takes place is on May 20th of 1990. During a part of that time, he is on what we call work release during this time. He is in the house, really, as I recall, it's the facility right across the street from here, the St. Anthony's Hospital Center. It used to be St. Anthony's Hospital. It's now a community correctional center. He can walk to Ambrosia Chocolate from there. It's not far from the center. And during that time, during that year, he is out to work, regularly to work. He comes back and spends the evening at the house at this facility. During that time for that year, although he's out, he does not initiate any assaults. For 1 year, this period of time, for 1 year, there are no sexual assaults. That's controlled. That's control. If this were a man out of control, when he was released to go to work, any of those hundreds of days that he was on the street, if he was out of control, he'd be doing sexual assault. But he decides, no, he's at the House of Correction, or there, he's to be there. It's in his interest to be there every night, and that's where he is. On March 30th of 1990, he again gets some more pills. By this time, of course, well, he doesn't serve the full year. He sends a letter, and he's released a little early. So although he actually was sentenced to the year, he gets out early. And on the 30th of March, 1990, he gets the pills again, the same drug, prescribed by Dr. Olson. And on the 31st of March, 1990, he purchases membership in the Unicorn Club Limited, which is a gay club on Halsted Street in Chicago. In other words, he gets the drug here, goes down to Chicago. On Friday, the next day goes, or on Thursday, the next day goes down to Chicago. He registers at the club, the bathhouse there, on March 31, 1990, and on Sunday, April 1, 1990, he visits the Unicorn Club. This is also a bathhouse. The operator of that bathhouse will testify, and Mr. Dahmer visits a number of times, and I'll mention that as we go through, visits the bathhouse in Chicago. Again, on the 8th, April 8th of 1990, Mr. Dahmer visits the Unicorn Club Limited in Chicago. On the 12th of April, 1990, he buys more drugs. He's using his drugs in the bathhouse down in Chicago. He purchases 30 tablets again, and this was again prescribed by Dr. Olson. On the 13th of April, 1990, goes down to the Unicorn Club again in Chicago. On the 21st of April, 1990, goes to the Unicorn Club in Chicago. On the 27th of April, he had an appointment at DePaul as a part of that condition of probation. He was given a year in the local facility here, and in addition, he is given 5 years probation. The condition of the probation is that he spends a year, a better part of a year, at the local facility. But the probation is to continue for 5 years from the sexual assault charge. This charge, the sexual assault, after he is found guilty, he's sentenced to 5 years probation, the first year to be at the St. Anthony's facility across the street. He serves about 10 months across the street, but that 5 years probation continues. And the condition of that probation is that he gets some help. He's got a probation officer, and she is attempting to persuade him. Her name is Donna Chester, to persuade him to get help. He is referred to the DePaul Center. A number of times I'll read contacts with DePaul. Again, he doesn't make the effort. Part of this problem is drinking. You will see when we talk about the homicides, he takes the drinks. He doesn't want to kill them. He says he takes the drinks to put down the inhibitions. At any rate, he makes his first appointment at DePaul. He mixed up the dates, he says, and he canceled that. He moved to an apartment now. During the time that he was out he had surrendered his apartment when he was serving time here at the local lockup, and he moved back out to his grandmother's house. Now he gets his own apartment again at 924 North 25th Street. This is the facility at which he is to kill a number of men. And he moves in there on May 14th, 1990. 5 days later, on Sunday, May 20th of 1990, he met Raymond Smith, also known as Cash D. He met him at the 219 Club, one of the gay clubs. And they went to the address at 924 North 25th Street, where Dahmer drugged him, killed him, and had oral sex with him. This is the first person that he killed there. Now, this is after a year. Well over a year has passed now. He has not killed anyone. He has controlled himself. He was gone down to the bathhouses in Chicago. He's controlled himself while he was serving that time. And you see that the passage of time in the interval has passed from Mr. Sears, which was March 25th, 1989, to the next homicide, which is about 14 months later, on or about May 20 of 1990. Again, control, obvious control. This is not a man running out of control. On Monday, May 21, 1990, he used some of his drugs on Mr. Smith. He gets new drugs. He gets 60 tablets from, again, prescribed by Dr. Olson. He also purchased a camera on that date, a color camera that he will be using to take pictures. On June the 1st of 1990, he attends a seminar at DePaul Hospital. On the 4th of June, same year, 1990, he attends a seminar at DePaul Hospital. On June 11, 1990, he has a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester, his probation agent. He says that he prefers male partners but denies being involved in sexual activity. He states that he masturbates to release his sexual urges. And the agent tries to help him, give him advice. Throughout, he will try to say, look, if you can refers him to a facility that helps homosexual men that are having problems. She tells him how to call, how to get in touch. He does not seem to ever exercise that option. He does go to the group therapy at the DePaul Hospital on the 15th of June, the 19th of June, the 20th of June of 1990. Again, on the 22nd of June, he attends group therapy. On Sunday, June 24, 1990, he meets Edward W. Smith, also known as the Sheik, who was last seen at a gay pride parade. Dahmer met him at the Phoenix Bar and took him to his apartment by cab. That's at 924 North 25th Street. They had oral sex. Dahmer gave Smith a drink and strangled him. I may be reading these in one sequence or another, but basically what's happening is with some there's sex before, with some there's sex after. Not all the individuals that he takes out there for one reason or another, as you'll see, meet some on the street. Some may be homosexual, some may not be homosexual. Some he has sex with after he drugs them. But again, he drugs them, and then when about the time that they would be coming around and recovering, he then proceeds to strangle them to death. Each of these so far he has strangled to death. Except we do not know how Mr. Tomey died, but the rest have been strangled to death. Again, he missed work Monday. That was on the 24th, Sunday the 24th of 1990. On Monday the 25th of 1990, Dahmer misses work at the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On the 25th, he also goes out to group therapy at the DePaul Hospital. On the 25th, he also has a face-to-face meeting with his Donna Chester, his probation agent. At that time, this is a day after his involvement with Edward Smith, Dahmer stated that he was gay but had no sexual involvement with male or females. He states that he satisfies his sexual urges with masturbation. Again, on June 20th of 1990, he goes to group therapy at DePaul. On the 30th of June, he goes down to the Unicorn Club bathhouse in Chicago. On the 3rd of July, he has another session, a one-on-one session at DePaul Hospital with Patty Anthony, who is a counselor. They're trying to address his drinking problem first. On Sunday, July 8th, 1990, Mr. Dahmer is at the Phoenix Bar and makes contact with a juvenile. His date of birth at that time, that juvenile, you're going to have to turn it around. He has an encounter with a male, a 15-year-old boy, on July 8, 1990. And at that time, Mr. Dahmer advises the police what happened out there. He attempted to drug the young man. The young man, he had him lay out on the bed to start posing. At one point, he asked the young man to turn over. When the young man turned over, Mr. Dahmer had secured a mallet. He didn't have drugs available at that time, but he had secured a mallet, and he struck this young man in the back near the neck area with the mallet. The young man was not knocked unconscious. A struggle ensued. He was conscious. They argued back and forth, and this occurred over a period of time. Mr. Dahmer apparently sobered up some during that time. The young man, Dahmer states the young man left, saying he was going to call the police. Came back, didn't have any money. They talked some more for a number of hours. And then eventually, Dahmer decided to walk the young man to a bus stand. And when the psychiatrist asked him about that, he says, well, you know, he became human. He ceased to be an object to me. And I didn't want to kill him then. And he doesn't kill him. He exercises control and does not kill that man. That young boy. He's a 15-year-old boy. Again, on July the 9th, 1990, this is several days after that contact, a day after that contact with the 15-year-old, Mr. Dahmer sees his Donna Chester, his probation agent, says he's feeling depressed and thinking about suicide. On that 9th again, which is Monday after the incident with the 15-year-old, Dahmer takes a sick day from the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On Monday, August 27, 1990, again Dahmer has a face-to-face contact meeting with Donna Chester, his probation agent, complains about various problems that he has. He discussed his sexual behavior and stated, not what he was really doing, stated that he buys himself pornography books and masturbates. He denies picking up any male partners to Donna Chester. Again, on the 30th of August, 1990, he has a one-on-one session at DePaul. On Monday, 9/3/90, that is September 3 of 1990, another homicide occurs. And this involves Ernest Miller, a 23-year-old man. Jeffrey Dahmer states that he met him in front of a bookstore in the 800 block of North 27th Street. There's a bookstore in that area. That's roughly 27th and Wells in our city. That he met Mr. Miller there in the street, that they went back to the apartment, that Mr. Miller drugged him and then killed him by cutting his jugular vein. Dahmer said that he was short on pills, didn't have a full dose to give Miller. This is the only person that Dahmer killed with a knife, and that he felt as this man might be coming out of the drug state, he had enjoyed him sexually. As he's coming out of the drug state, Dahmer decides to stab him in the neck, and in that fashion kills him. Again, he goes through the process. We're going to talk about getting rid of the bodies. And Mr. Boyle's remarks has emphasized that, what he's doing with the bodies and so on. That's true. After, however, he's enjoyed the bodies, he enjoys the bodies for a day or two, and then he's tired of them. He doesn't no longer find them sexually attractive. And then it becomes a disposal problem and how to get rid of those bodies. You may recall with the first incident, Hicks, he's trucking it away in a car when he's stopped by the police. That's back in Ohio in 1978. He does not have a car himself. As I've indicated to you, every one of these victims, he always picks a guy with no car. And why does he do that? Because he doesn't want a car. When the man is killed, there's going to be a car sitting in front of the house. And if there's a missing out on this person, hey, here's his car. And suspicion is going to mount if abandoned cars are plentiful suddenly around his apartment. So for a man who claims he couldn't control himself, he is always very careful to see that he gets a man who doesn't have a car. At any rate, after several days, he's got to dispose of those bodies. And that's a messy job and a dirty job. And he tells Fosdell he didn't like that. He didn't like that part of the job. And that's why it backed up sometimes. He had a couple of bodies there because it was an unpleasant aspect of getting rid of the bodies. But it was a clever way. When all is said and done, he killed 17 men, and there was no one looking for him. He wasn't wanted. It's a very clever way to get rid of the flesh of these people and to soak the bones in acid. He got acid, would soak the bones and get rid of the bones. He kept mementos of them. He kept skulls of many of them, not all of them, but many of them. And he kept some portions of a couple of the men. And I will talk about that in a few minutes. At any rate, he killed Miller on September 3 of 1990. On September 4 of 1990, he called his probation agent, Donna Chester, and talked with her and said he would get an assessment according to her wishes. On the 15th of September of 1990, he again went to another doctor, a Dr. Sinence, and got 60 tablets of that particular drug. At a particular point, the doctor from whom he had been getting this drug became concerned, thought he was going to get dependent on the drug, confronted Dahmer and said, "Look, I'm concerned you're going to get dependent on this drug." Obviously having no idea, not knowing that Dahmer was lying to him about what he's using the drugs for. And Dahmer switched to another doctor to get those drugs. All right, on September 22nd of 1990, Dahmer visits the Bathhouse Club down in Chicago. 2 visits on the same day. On Saturday, September 22nd, 1990, he went into the bathhouse twice on that day. On the 23rd Sunday, he visited the Bath Club, the Unicorn Club in Chicago again. He returned to Milwaukee on September 23, 1990, or Monday, September 24, 1990. He met David Thomas. Dahmer states that he met him at 2nd in Wisconsin. This is on the street, 2nd in Wisconsin, and that they went to Dahmer's apartment on North 25th Street. Dahmer drugged him and killed the victim. In his first 2 statements to the police, Dahmer stated that he did not have sex with him and that he killed Thomas because he didn't want him to recover and get angry at him. That he didn't want Thomas to come out of it and get angry at Dahmer and I didn't tell you, but after Flowers recovered, that was the man that recovered out at the grandmother's house, Flowers would tell you when he testifies, at some later date, he confronted Dahmer at one of the gay taverns and had words with him, and Flowers is a very strong-looking man. At any rate, that was his first statements. He was to change that later, his statements about what he did with Mr. Thomas. But in his first statements to the police, he said he did not have sex with him and killed him because he was concerned if he came out of it, he'd be angry and he would do something to Dahmer. Again, he dismembers the body. On Monday the 24th, this is the day, this occurred, the slaying of David Thomas occurred either on the 23rd or the 24th of September 1990. In any event, on September 24th, Dahmer makes a strong-arm robbery complaint, claimed that $20 was taken from him on the street. And he made that complaint to an officer, Joseph Machika. Officer Machika is going to testify. This is within 24 hours, give or take some, of the slaying of Mr. Thomas. And interesting, also on September 24, 1990, Dahmer has a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester. And at that time, there was some discussion about a urine test that he had not passed. And Dahmer stated that he had taken a particular drug to sleep. Occasionally, Dahmer, at least in one incident we know for sure, Dahmer tells us, as he was mixing the drugs, he got the cups confused, and he wound up taking the drug rather than the person to whom he was designing it. On the 25th of September 1990, this is 2 days after the slaying, Dahmer misses an appointment at the DePaul Hospital. He called his probation agent and told her, Donna Chester, that he'd been robbed and that they had taken $10. Notice $25 complaint to the officer, $10 complaint to Donna Chester. On October 13, 1990, Jeffrey Dahmer met with a psychiatrist, a Dr. Krems. That was on the recommendation of the DePaul people. On the 25th of October, he saw another counselor at DePaul. For a second time, on November 3 of 1990, Dahmer met with Dr. Krems. And he also had, on the 5th of November 1990, he had his carpet cleaned. We're going to bring in the carpet cleaners. There was blood on the carpet, apparently blood on the carpet. And the carpet cleaner will advise you what he observed and so on while he was with Mr. Dahmer. On November the 9th of 1990, Dahmer saw Dr. Krems. Dr. Krems, and this is in Dr. Krems' report in terms of his psychiatric notes, concludes that Dahmer is not psychotic, as did the psychiatrists for the state of Wisconsin and the court-appointed psychiatrist who concluded that Mr. Dahmer was not psychotic. At any rate, Dr. Krems concluded that in his notes. On the 18th of January 1991, Dahmer purchased a dummy surveillance camera from an electronic store. He was very concerned about someone entering the apartment and finding some body parts that he had there. He always knew it was wrong. He kept the place locked. He had it posted. You will see pictures of that where he had posted, alarmed. He brought in this dummy camera to try to convince people if a burglar broke in to say, hey, get out of this place. Don't go into the bedroom where he kept some of the parts, some of the skulls that he was collecting. On the 11th of January 1991, he received a prescription from Dr. Crowley. Dr. Crowley is a psychiatrist that, again, his probation officer had recommended that he see. On the 24th, strike that, on the 4th of February 1991, Dahmer goes down to the bathhouse in Chicago. On the 5th of February 1991, Dahmer obtains 15 more of the particular drug from a Dr. Bruce Hong. We will call him to testify as well. On the 9th, this is 4 days, he gets more drugs. On 4 days later, he goes down to the bathhouse in Chicago at the Unicorn Club. Again, he indicates to the psychiatrist that a number of times he met men down there and drugged them and had relations with them. On the 17th of February 1991, on the street at a bus stop, the defendant met Curtis Straughter. Mr. Straughter was a 19-year-old man at that time. Strike that, a 17-year-old man at that time. Mr. Straughter, now we've gone through David Thomas. We're now at Curtis Straughter, age 17. On February 17, 1991, Dahmer met him on a street corner near a bus stop. Met with him. They went to Dahmer's apartment. Dahmer drugged him, had oral sex, and strangled the victim with a strap. Took some photos at the time, then dismembered him. On the 18th of February, 1991, Dahmer was a no-show at the probation office. And you'll see the pattern is the same. When Dr. Rosen tried to help him after the exposure case, he refused help. When Donna Chester, the probation officer, tried to assist him, he refused help. When DePaul tried to address the drinking problem, he continued to drink on the weekends, ignoring their efforts. Responsibility is the issue here, just rejecting any efforts at help. On the 25th of February 1991, Dahmer called his probation officer, Donna Chester, stating he was sick with the flu, and he would miss that appointment on that particular day. On Friday, the 22nd of March, he secures 60 more of this particular drug from Dr. Hong. Several weeks later, on April 7, 1991, another victim falls. That is victim number 11, Mr. Lindsay. He is age 19 years of age. Mr. Dahmer meets him at 27th and Kilburn, which is near his apartment. It's a street corner meeting, and Dahmer takes him to the apartment where Dahmer drugged and strangled the victim and then had oral sex with him and then dismembered him. Again, he keeps these bodies for several days, generally to enjoy them. And again, he took a sick day, that was on a Sunday that he slew Mr. Lindsay, and the next day, Monday and Tuesday, he took 2 days off from Ambrosia Chocolate Company. On Friday, the 12th of April 1991, he had a face-to-face meeting with Donna Chester, his probation officer. He claimed that things were going well for him at the time. On Monday, May 20th, 1991, Dahmer purchased 16 gallons of muriatic acid and 6 gallons of Soilex cleaner, and 1 pair of stripping and refining gloves from the National Ace Hardware. He decided that to speed up the operation of acidifying the flesh and the bones, buying this muriatic acid with the intent to facilitate the disposition of the flesh and the bones. On Friday, the 24th of 1991, he buys 60 more of the drug from Walgreens, again prescribed by Dr. Hong. On Friday the 24th, that very day of 1991, another victim would fall, Tony Hughes. Mr. Hughes, as you can see from is 31 years of age at the time. Mr. Hughes is a man that does not speak. He has a hearing problem. And Mr. Dahmer met him at the 219 Club, which is in the gay club area, and both went to Dahmer's apartment where Dahmer drugged Hughes, killed him, and dismembered him. On Monday, the 27th of 1991, and this is a Conarac synthesymphone incident. And this is, I ask you to pay particular attention here. They're all obviously vitally important. At any rate, Dahmer tells us that he met Conarac synthesymphone in the mall, the Wisconsin Avenue Mall, and talked him into coming up to the apartment to pose for pictures. That they went up to the apartment, and that at that time, Mr. Dahmer prepared the drug drink, gave it to the young man. And at first he does not say it, but later he said he used a drill on this young man's head. But at any rate, the man is Mr. Synthesymphone, young Synthesymphone. He is taken to that apartment and given the drug, and Mr. Dahmer goes out to get more alcohol. While Conarac Synthesymphone, he leaves Synthesymphone in the apartment. Synthesymphone has apparently enough altogether to get out onto the street. He is naked, and he makes his way from the apartment, it's about roughly a block, down 25th Street to the area of 25th and State. He is under the influence now of this drug, and at that time, some citizens see him, and the police are summoned. A fire truck comes, the police come, and Mr. Dahmer is there. Mr. Dahmer comes up on the scene. Mr. Dahmer, at that time, still claims he's been drinking, and young Synthesimphone is there. Young Synthesimphone is talking in native Laotian. He's under the influence of the drug that Mr. Dahmer has administered to him. These are somewhat experienced officers. One of them has at least 8 years. And they're there on the street corner, they start talking. And they will testify, as I told you during the voir dire, they will testify their observations. Dahmer persuades them that this is simply a gay friend of his, that Conorak is a gay friend of his, Dahmer's, and the police and Dahmer go back to Dahmer's apartment. Dahmer shows them some pictures that he has taken of Mr. Synthesimphone. Before he left Synthesimphone, he had taken some pictures. The officers talk for several minutes with Mr. Dahmer while young Synthesimphone is there. And they will testify. They're not talking to an incoherent man. They're not talking to a man out of control. They're not talking to a man that's incoherent, that's got a flight of ideas, that's suffering from a delusion or suffering from hallucinations. He persuades those officers. He is in control of the situation. He persuades those officers that Conorak Synthesimphone is a friend of his that's been staying there for several days. And the young man, who is 14 years of age, he persuades the officers that everything's okay, and they leave. Not long after they leave, or after they leave, he decides that he will undertakes, he says, to do some additional drilling with Conorak Synthesimphone. Synthesimphone dies. I hope you will listen carefully to what those officers say, because you have persons right there near him that can testify as to whether he's in any out-of-control state. Does a man who was out of control leave Synthesimphone there in the apartment in the first place to go and get more beer? Or is it a person that needs more alcohol to continue with a job that even he finds grisly? Again, on the 24th of May, I've covered that already. On May 27, 1991, after Dahmer, I mentioned that, is met at the Grand Avenue Mall. We've gone over that, what happened inside the home and outside the home. And Dahmer performed oral sexual activities and anal sexual activities on Conorak Synthesimphone. The day after that, which is a Tuesday, Dahmer took a day off, a personal day off from the chocolate company. On Tuesday, the 28th of 1991, which is 1 or 2 days later, he meets again with Donna Chester, complains, as he often does in those meetings, and agrees to see Dr. Crowley. On June the 30th of 1991, victim number 14, Matt Turner, meets Jeffrey Dahmer at a bus station in Chicago. Dahmer has been going down to Chicago. He meets this man, Matt Turner, at the bus station in Chicago, and induces him to come up to Milwaukee. That's got to take some persuasion. You can bet on that. Do you think he was dealing with an out-of-control, incoherent man, or a person who could be persuasive? All these people that go out to the apartment with him. At any rate, they come up. Mr. Matt Turner comes up from Chicago. Dahmer gets him into the apartment, drugs him, has sex with him, uses a strap to strangle him to death. On the 5th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer is again down in Chicago. He meets in a bar. He meets a Jeremiah Weinberger in a bar. They take a Greyhound back to Milwaukee and go to Dahmer's apartment. That time they have oral sex. Dahmer drugs him and proceeds to strangle the victim. On the 15th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer meets Oliver Lacey at 27th Street between State and Kilburn and induces him to come to his apartment. They go to Dahmer's apartment. He says to pose for photos. Dahmer drugs him and strangles the victim, and Dahmer says he then had anal sex with him after that. And that he saved the head of Mr. Lacey. Again, on the 15th of July of 1991, he has been so often late and missed so many days at the chocolate factory that his boss meets with him and suspends him. And you're going to hear from his boss, as a man that he worked for and spent, as I say, thousands of hours, who will tell you whether he thinks he suffers from any. In fact, he will tell you that he does not suffer, in his opinion, from any mental difficulty, at least from his experience with work. On the 16th of July, Dahmer called his probation officer, Donna Chester, and said that he had missed an appointment with her and that told her that he had been fired. She urges him to see Dr. Crowley. On the 19th of July, 1991, Mr. Dahmer meets at a bus stop on the west side of our city, meets Joseph Bredehoft, and persuades Joseph Bredehoft to go to the apartment with him. There's drugging involved and oral sex, and Dahmer strangles this man with a strap and then proceeds to dismember him. That was to be the last of the 17 victims of Mr. Dahmer. On the 22nd of July of 1991, Mr. Dahmer had contact with one Tracy Edwards at the Grand Avenue Mall and induced him to return to the apartment. Mr. Dahmer, the drugging, he either did not have the sufficient drugging pills. At any rate, there was a dispute developed between he and Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Edwards made it out of the apartment alive and summoned police, who returned, and the arrest of Mr. Dahmer ensued. Dahmer was then first interviewed early hour mornings of July 23, 1991. I've been taking a great deal of time on this, and I'm sorry, but I think it was important to see all those dates, to see what was transpiring, to get a picture that is not just starkly the slayings as they occurred. Let's talk briefly about the taking of any flesh for the purposes of eating it. There were two persons that he spoke of that he took flesh to eat. He told both doctors he was curious about it. Did it out of curiosity. The first one was Ernest Miller. By that time, the whole backboard was covered with the number of people that he had slain by that time, whatever it is, 7th or 8th or 9th. This is the first man, Ernest Miller, that he decided out of curiosity to try it, to take some of his flesh. The other person whose flesh he cut was Oliver Lacey. He took some of Oliver Lacey's. At first he didn't say anything to the police about that. Then he said, yeah, he had taken flesh once, then told the police he had taken it several times. He told one of our psychiatrists that he did it 6 times with these two, from flesh from these two men. He told another one of our psychiatrists 10 times. But basically it started with out of curiosity, and this is a man now that has killed a number of men, who is in every sense outside the law in every sense of the word. I'm going to talk only briefly about, may I have the overhead here? I'll turn that. While they're moving that, I'd like to speak to the zombie issue as well. The attempt to inject something into the head. In both cases, he did not want to kill these men. He wanted to keep them, he wanted to keep them alive. His idea was to have what sometimes in the literature, what might be called a sex slave, a person of very reduced mentality that would be under his power. Not dead, mind you, but alive. Indeed, as he said to our expert in terms of what his wishes were and what his choices were, he preferred the person to be alive. Both of the experts indicated that, to which that rather than a dead body, he preferred a live body. He preferred a totally compliant live body. And that meant a drugged body, and he preferred the body drugged. It was a diminution when life was taken. It wasn't as interesting. He liked to hear the heart. He liked the aliveness of the body, but the drug only lasted so long. Indeed, he told the police that he tried to extend it with ether. They found ether in the apartment, that he tried to keep them under. When the drug, after a period of time, the drug would wear off. He couldn't artificially, didn't have intravenous apparatus to put the drug in. So as they tried to come out of it, he attempted to extend the drug period by the use of ether, but he was not successful in that attempt. And eventually, he heard one time on TV or radio that you could freeze. People were dry freezing their pets, and you could dry freeze a pet as though it were alive, and that he would prefer even that. First, the live, very compliant person, such a person you do not find. Then the drug-compliant person. Finally, the person, the dry freeze, if you will. And last, the body, having the body, a dead body. That was the last choice, not the first choice. I'd like to talk to you about the law. May we turn that on? Like this. This is the law that you will be deciding, the judge will be instructing you. 971-15, mental responsibility of defendant. The person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time of such conduct, as a result of mental disease or defect, he lacks substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. All right, there's no issue of defect here. Everyone agrees Mr. Dahmer is of at least average intelligence. We're not talking about a person that is a mental defective. That's not in this picture at all. So the issue is mental disease. And there will be discussion and debate, disagreement between the psychiatrists on this. There is what's called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association. They list what they call mental disorders, and paraphilias is one of those mental disorders. It's a new type of word. The old word used to be sex deviant. That was a word that some viewed as an insulting word because of the various categories that were under that. And the word paraphilia is a relatively new word. The deviation that would be involved here would be interest in a dead body, a sexual interest in a dead body. Well, the newer word for it is called a paraphilia. And the doctors for the defense and the doctors for the state will say, yes, he had a paraphilia. He did take pleasure out of a dead body, and that is referred to as a disorder within that manual. However, the doctor will say, Dr. Dietz particularly will say, that mental disease is not, that you see in this statute, is not the type of mental disorder that they're talking about in that manual. And indeed, that manual on its face will tell you that you can't overlap the two. Merely because it's called a mental disorder in the manual itself warns you that that doesn't mean it's going to be a mental disease under the law. So there will be a discussion about that. You will hear testimony about that. And then you will hear testimony about whether he lacked substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And these are some of the examples that you will see in terms of to appreciate it. When Dr. Dietz, and I'd like to take a minute or two to introduce Dr. Dietz in his absence. Dr. Dietz is educated at the Cornell Medical School, also took some Cornell undergraduate, took advanced medical education and advanced psychiatry and studied in that process at Johns Hopkins. He went to Harvard and taught at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Went to the University of Virginia, where he held an assistant professor position in both the Faculty of Law and the Faculty of Medicine. He was the key government psychiatrist in the Hinckley case. He has testified on other serial murder cases. He has written on serial murder cases, has lectured on serial murder cases, and will bring to bear that experience. I will also ask you to check his thoroughness. Watch the number of hours that he spends before he formulates his opinion. The doctors formulated their opinions and submitted them to the court prior to January 10, 1991. The court ordered it, as is proper under the statute, that those opinions be submitted. See the number of hours, the thoroughness with which the respective doctors, all of them. I invite you to measure my doctors against it, measure the defendant's doctors. How many hours did you spend with the defendant interviewing him? Did you get all the facts? Did you discuss all the cases? How did you handle it? Did you work independently and so on? I invite you to evaluate my experts. I urge you to evaluate. And when we were doing the voir dire, I asked you to consider qualifications and thoroughness and experience. I invite you to do that. All right, Dr. Dietz, in talking with the defendant over a 3-day period that he talked with him, Dahmer told him that the time that he killed each of these 15 victims, he appreciated that it was wrong to kill the victim. He further told Dr. Dietz that the fact that Mr. Dahmer, in some instances, took steps to reduce the chances that he would be identified as the last person seen with the victim. We're talking about his knowing that it's wrong. He doesn't want to be seen because he knows that it's wrong. The fact that Mr. Dahmer in each instance committed the charged offense in a private setting, hidden from the view of others. You sometimes have heard of an irresistible impulse. There was a case in Michigan of a person, an angry man, rushing into a crowded bar and shooting someone else when he heard that this man had violated his wife, going right in front of a crowd and shooting somebody. Hidden, and that Mr. Dahmer, all these cases, all these incidences were done out of view. The fact that Mr. Dahmer found it necessary to drink alcohol to overcome his inhibitions against killing the victims. He told the psychiatrist how he had to drink the alcohol to get down his inhibitions before he would go on killing. The fact that Mr. Dahmer feared being caught in the killing of a victim or in the presence of a drugged, comatose, or dead or dismembered victim. Didn't want to be caught there because he knew it was wrong, obviously. The fact that Mr. Dahmer took elaborate steps to destroy evidence of his crimes and to hold it, to get rid of the bodies, and to hold it secure against discovery by others, including his techniques for disposal of bodies, and for at one point he concealed a head in various cases and so on, how he secured his apartment, how he locked it, how he marked it that it was protected with an alarm, how he had an alarm, how he put in this dummy camera, all of it reflecting he knows what he's doing is wrong. If he thought it wasn't wrong, he wouldn't be doing that, obviously. And then he painted the skulls. At one point he painted the skulls because he was afraid someone would see them and think they were real. So he got some spray paint and painted them so that they would look artificial. You perhaps have yourself seen artificial skulls. In terms of whether he had the capacity to control himself, I think, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this particular point, he lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct. Mr. Boyle did not speak to that issue when he lectured to you, when he spoke to you. I have spoken to it. I have told you that Mr. Dahmer said often when he was asked, yes, he knew that what he was doing was wrong. He said it to the police, he said it to our psychiatrists, and I do not know if you'll see any evidence to the contrary. All right, what about the capacity to control? Did I keep that free? That light? Would you turn on as if that's possible? The battery perhaps burned out. Let me speak to it. Apparently the light has burned out. The issue of control, and was he able to control himself? I've addressed on that a number of times, touching even with the first case, the jogger case, where he didn't have to go out ravenous through the park looking for someone to knock down. The jogger didn't appear, and that was it. And he didn't do anything. He said he was 15 or 16. He didn't do anything until the Hicks incident was 2 years later. 2 years later that he decided to act. In the Hicks incident, all through the military, and that he did not assault anyone. When he was at his grandmother's house, the period that he was on work release, that he didn't assault anyone. That he went down to the bathhouses and didn't assault anyone in the bathhouses in Chicago. Never broke into an apartment to assault anybody. No evidence that a man out of control breaks into an apartment and assaults and kills another man so they can have his dead body. No evidence that he grabbed anybody on the street and used force to pull him off the street. Always a carefully controlled environment where he picks a man that has no car, brings him back to his place where he operates, where he has the drugs ready, he's prepared the drugs, he's got an environment that's protected where he's not going to be discovered, and so forth. I'm going to touch upon some of the items that Dr. Dietz points out as evidences of the control that the defendant had in his professional opinion. The fact that Mr. Dahmer told Dr. Dietz that at the time he killed each of these 15 victims, he would have refrained from doing so had the victims agreed to remain with him voluntarily for a few weeks. If they had said no, Weinberger came up for 2 days, the man from Chicago, Weinberger. He didn't kill him the first day. He enjoyed him. The second day, when Weinberger starts, he's got to go back to Chicago, that's when he kills Weinberger. And what he told Dietz is, no, if they had stayed for a couple of weeks, I would not have killed them. He wanted them alive. He wanted the pleasure while they were alive. Second, the fact that Mr. Dahmer told Dr. Dietz that at the time he killed each of these 15 victims, he would have refrained from doing so had a witness entered the room. Under control, would not have proceeded if a witness. You can think of the Flowers case, where the grandmother discovers that there's a man in the house. That's it. That's the end of the plan for Flowers. He does not proceed to kill Flowers. Same with the juvenile that struggled with him, that he hit with a mallet, that he struggled with. He let that man go when he came to his senses, let that man go too. The fact that the fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to suppress his sexual behavior other than occasional masturbation for prolonged periods of time in the military, at his mother's house, at the grandmother's house, and so on. The fact that Mr. Dahmer was able to satisfy his sexual desires with masturbation at all times. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did in fact satisfy himself exclusively with masturbation from about 1973 until the murder of Mr. Hicks in 1978. And from that time until the Chwolny incident. Indeed, until the incident after that. Where he had whatever those desires were, he maintained them under control. The fact that Mr. Dahmer prepared himself for some of the murders by clearing spaces in his apartment for victim storage, by powdering the tablets in advance. In a number of the cases, he powdered the tablets before he went out to look for a victim and have the tablets ready, so then he would be prepared to drug them, to proceed with them sexually as he wished. And by having occasionally working himself up by watching movies that featured evil or particularly powerful characters. The fact that Mr. Dahmer generally limited the murders to the weekends when he would have had sufficient time to enjoy the sex with the drugged person and then afterwards with the dead body. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill any of the men he was attracted to while in bars or on the street or at the mall or in the peep show booths. It was always controlled back to his house. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill those men whom he found attractive and had rendered unconscious, even after lowering his own inhibitions through drinking, where the bathhouse setting would preclude readily escaping detention. While he overdrugged people and there were complaints, there were no attacks in the bathhouses. And indeed, as the doctor points out, there were several men that came to his house, as we know that he says, visited his apartment that he drugged but did not slay, that he decided not to proceed with the slaying, although he had drugged them. We do not know who those men are, but Mr. Dahmer has spoken of them. The fact that Mr. Dahmer did not kill men he had drugged unless he continued to find them sufficiently attractive to warrant further steps. These are the men of which I have spoken. The fact that Mr. Dahmer reported that after rendering each of his victims unconscious, he voluntarily drank additional alcohol for the purpose of overcoming his natural inhibitions against killing them. And the fact that Mr. Dahmer did in each instance wait until the victim was in his place of residence, under his control, and behind closed doors before killing that particular victim. I would like to quote, finally, some quotes, and I'll end with this. Quotes from Dr. Fosdal. Dr. Fosdal is a state psychiatrist. He's experienced, as you will see, in the state of Wisconsin, a wanted psychiatrist from our state. He's testified often in our courts, found some people sane, found some people insane. You will see that. He examined him over 5 times, over a substantial number of hours. And I'm going to quote from some of the things that he is quoting of Mr. Dahmer. This is a quote from Mr. Dahmer. When asked, Dahmer said, "I had been doing so many terrible things that I became desensitized. I was completely desensitized. It didn't bother me. It had to be done to dispose of the remains. The Ambassador Hotel incident was a mistake. I had to rush around to make sure that it wasn't discovered. The only way I knew how to dispose of it. I couldn't leave a whole body in the trunk. It got progressively easier to do to the bodies. It was just a part of the procedure." In other words, it agreed that a human being can adapt to anything like shooting people in combat. Went on, further said that killing, quote, "got so routine," close quote, that Dahmer was able to concentrate on his work. Said that, quote, "on purpose," close quote, he did not ask them who they were so that he would not get to know them. Quote, "so they were objects," close quote. You may recall the one young man, when he got to know him, he didn't proceed to kill him. Didn't want to know them. Didn't want to get to know them. Testified, as I mentioned already, that he experimented with the portions of the part slices of the 2 bodies, only 2 bodies, Mr. Lacey and Mr. Miller. Further quote from Dr. Fosdal, "The urge was to keep them with me, to masturbate and play with them. This overrode any normal hesitation to have second thoughts about killing them." Then on further with Fosdal. I then asked him what he thought was wrong with him, and he said, "My consuming lust to experience their bodies. The desire never left. There were times that I couldn't fulfill it because of time and work reasons. There were times I couldn't fulfill it because of time and work reasons." He had to go to work. That's what he said, at least, about the first juvenile that was the subject of the second-degree sexual assault. You may recall, he said, "I had to go to work. I couldn't proceed with killing him because I had to go to work. The focus of my life was to find fulfillment and satisfaction with good-looking guys. The cannibalism, as he termed it, and the saving of body parts were just offshoots. Just having them for a few nights was not enough. Then I got into the offshoots, and but they couldn't be kept indefinitely." And finally, he said in talking about killing, killing was not the satisfying part. Killing was just a means to an end. I told you that he preferred live people, even preferred the zombie, the experiment there. Said, quote, "No, I didn't get a kick out of all that at all, the killing. That's why I tried to make it as painless as possible while they were asleep. I wasn't into torture," end of quote. Quote, or again, he further stated that killing the individuals and dismembering them was not part of his sexual act. This is not a man that enjoys the killing, that says, "I enjoy the killing." He had to drink to overcome the inhibitions. Found it distasteful. Psychiatrists call it aversive. But it was a means, as he put it, a means to an end. He wanted to continue the pleasure. After had them while they were conscious, had them drugged, they're coming out of the drugging, the ether wouldn't do it. Okay, you kill them, you have a couple more days at least with their body. You can do what you wish with their body. Then continuing, when Fosdell discussed with him the disregard for human life that was involved, Dahmer said, "I viewed them as objects, as strangers. If I knew them, I could not have done it." Also, the alcohol helped. He talked about that he'd used the alcohol. He said that he was usually intoxicated when he gave the mixture of the drug. That a couple of times when he was somewhat sober, when he gave the mixture, he had drank earlier, but he did not feel intoxicated. He said at that time it was harder. It increased his lustful desires if he had had alcohol. And, quote, this is a direct quote, alcohol just put me in a better mood. It made me feel, it increased the lustful desire. It removes inhibitions." Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've talked for a long time. You've been very patient. You're probably wondering about lunch. We will put on, not just the psychiatrists, we will put on numerous people that spent thousands of hours with Mr. Dahmer. And I will ask you to listen carefully to what they have to say, to listen to our psychiatrists, evaluate their competence, evaluate their thoroughness in this matter. I profoundly and deeply appreciate your attention. I know my saintly dear mother used to say, whenever I'd be giving a public speech, "Mike, talk no more than 20 minutes. After that, everybody quits listening." I know you haven't quit listening. I've seen your eyes. That takes intense dedication. I thank you for it.
Jurors are excused for lunch. I ask counsel to remain.
All rise, please.
First of all, I should make the observation that, Mr. McCann, that was a long half hour. Both counsel have submitted some proposals as far as some materials that should go into preliminary instructions as far as the court's concerned. The court has reviewed those requests, and the court has done a little drafting of its own. And really, there's a critical part is what we tell the jury in terms of the effect of their findings. The defense had one version, the state had another version. I think what I've come up with essentially follows the state's version. I'm going to read that particular paragraph for the record, and then I will describe in a general way the other materials that will be in the preliminary instructions. I should state that preliminarily I will explain to the jury what that special verdict is going to look like and what the questions are going to be on the special verdict. And then I will use the following language. If you answer yes to both questions, the legal conclusion is that the defendant is not responsible for his criminal conduct, and he will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health and Social Services as to that count, and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to himself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. As to any count on which you do not make such a finding, the defendant will be sentenced in accordance with the criminal law. Now that, I think, is where there was a critical difference of opinion. In addition to that, as I've already said, I will outline to the jury what those special verdicts are going to look like. I've really already done it, but I will do it again. I will also instruct the jury in regard to They're disregarding the demeanor of the court in regard to evidence, what the role of the court is in relation to evidence, what the role of the attorneys is in relation to evidence. I'm talking about the attorney's obligation to object to things which they think are improper evidence. I will instruct as to credibility or believability of witnesses, weight of evidence, that they should not be discussing this case with anyone, including among themselves, until all the evidence is in. I'll talk about the concept of burden of proof without giving it any particular definition. That I will indicate to them I'm reserving until the end of the trial. I will give the instruction, we've already talked about the matter of note-taking, and I will give the standard instruction as far as note-taking is concerned. Upon the conclusion of that, I will then read to them the materials that you have stipulated that the court should be reading to the jury. You may now make your record as to any objection that you have to the court's preliminary instructions, Mr. Boyle.
The only one that I'd like to bring the court's attention is that the preliminary instruction that I have asked the court to tell them basically would tell them that if they find the defendant sane as to any of the counts, that he would be sentenced to the state prison for a period of his natural life, because that is the minimum mandatory sentence the court absolutely must impose without any form of discretion. I think that the law says that the court is to tell the jury the effect of their finding of not guilty by reason of mental illness and the effect of their finding, and I submit to you that they're not being told that. They're being told that only that if you find that he is insane for the purposes of shortening up this argument, that he will be committed to the Department of Health and Social Services until such time as he meets a legal criterion for that confinement to be different, changed. And in this case, because the defendant has pled guilty to 16 counts of first-degree murder, or 15 counts, this court has no alternative but to sentence him to 15 life terms, whether it be concurrent or consecutive. So the jury should be told that the effect of their finding of insanity would be that he would go, if they found it on all 15 counts, he would be committed to the Department of Health and Social Services until the court were to find that he no longer poses a danger to himself or to others, and then he would be released under conditions set forth by the court. If the jury were to find that he is not insane, then the court would have no alternative but to sentence Mr. Dahmer to the state prison mandatorily for the rest of his natural life under whatever parole terms are applicable to his situation. And if the jury were to find the defendant not guilty by reason of mental illness as to some, but guilty of mental illness but sane as others, he would be sentenced. He would be sent to the Department of Health and Social Services to be institutionalized until he was no longer a danger to himself or others, and if that eventuality came to take place, he would then be transported to the state prison to carry out the life sentence that this court must impose. So, in view of the fact that there is no discretion on the part of the court as to the effect of a finding of not guilty by reason of mental illness on some and sane on others, I ask that the jury be told the effect of their verdict. And I do not feel that the words that you use tells them anything at all other than the fact that they will be sentenced in accordance with law. And I think I'm asking the court to tell them what the law says. This isn't 10 to 20. This is nothing other than a mandatory life sentence. And I think the jury should be entitled to know the effect of their findings as to each and every count. And I have so submitted that brief.
Do you have any further objections, Mr. Boyle?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, is other ones or just that one?
What?
Is the other ones? No, I don't have any objections to the other ones.
Okay. Ms. White, well, first of all, do you have any response to Mr. Boyle? And then
Just a very brief response, Your Honor. I think what the law is that the jury should be advised of what occurs as this jury instruction does if there is a finding of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect or non-responsibility. As to the additional materials he would wish to include, I believe that focuses the jury on disposition. Disposition is not for the jury to be focused on what will happen if we find this in this way, where will he go? They're not dealing with that. They're dealing simply with the issues that the court's outlining in the special instruction. And I think what we have submitted is basically the standard instruction. The court has, because it's a multiple count case, provided that information, and I think that is the appropriate language, and we'd ask the court to submit it as it indicated.
Just a brief rebuttal, Your Honor, in order to make my record. The Supreme Court of this state, in this kind of case, said that the court should notify the jury as to the effect of their finding. This jury, unless the court does what I ask, will not know the effect of their finding. They will only know partial effect of their finding.
Can we give me the citations?
Sure. Hester versus State. I got the other ones right here. I believe it's also in the
I will review the citation if it's submitted to me, and I think if after reviewing that I think there has to be any modification, I'll let you know ahead of time.
Okay, here's one, Judge. Nelson case, Nelson versus State. I'll give it to you, Your Honor, very briefly. Only take us 10 minutes, and I'll give it to your clerk to bring back. Thank you.
In the absence of a case that the court determines requires that information to be given, the court would proceed with the language as the court has already indicated. It would seem to me this language does indicate the effect of their findings on this particular special verdict. And I note that the general concept in our law is that jurors are not told the effect of their decisions. And in fact, it's a general instruction in civil cases that they're supposed to ignore what the impact might be and simply concentrate on the findings of fact that they're supposed to be making. So I will review the authorities, and you've got it there, Mr. Board?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One of them, Nelson versus State. A couple more.
With that, we'll break. I'd like to start at 2 o'clock if possible. This is sort of an example of what judges do on their lunch hours. I know there's always been a curiosity in this community about that. This is not an unusual event in this court. I'm going to start as close to 2 o'clock as I can. Court's in recess.
30 years ago today, Jeffrey Dahmer was arrested. There he is. Remember that face? That was in the early years of Court TV, his trial, gavel-to-gavel coverage. Well, you can watch that trial on our video on demand at courttv.com. And what we're going to do tonight in the next hour is take you back to that trial, because there were many, many dramatic and memorable moments. Let's begin at the beginning of the case. Opening statements in the Jeffrey Dahmer trial.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we now begin an odyssey, the results of which, in a short period of time, will result in a decision to be made by you and you alone as to whether or not Jeffrey Dahmer did, at the time he committed these horrific murders to which he has pled guilty, whether or not he was suffering from a mental disease, the result of which that he lacked substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. We're going to find that when Mr. Dahmer was in 8th grade, he started into a series of sexual movements, and they took on the form of two things. He started masturbating on a daily basis, and the object of his fantasies while engaged in that self-abuse or self-conduct, or whatever it's called, as the doctors will tell you, were thoughts concerning young men of his age, young boys of his age. That even as an early teenager, he started becoming interested in bones of dead animals. He would take them home, he would bleach them, he would study them. None of this was discovered by any members of his family. None of the interests that he had were known to his family. When he was about 14 years of age, he first came up with the idea of using a corpse for sexual purposes. He fantasized either having a corpse or a mannequin to use, and it was at that time that he had his first actual consensual homosexual encounter with a peer. It was while he was in high school that this fantasy of his, doing things with dead things, started showing up when in a biology class he dissected a baby pig and took the head home with him, took the skin off and kept the skull. Three doctors are going to come into this courtroom, and they're going to tell you that their opinion is that Jeffrey Dahmer suffers from a mental disorder, and it is called paraphilia. Without my trying to be a doctor and defining it for you, except generally, paraphilia is an arousal of a sexual nature to an inanimate object, a body part, or a process. And this paraphilia, there's all kinds of paraphilias. And the doctors are going to tell you about the different kinds of paraphilias. But the paraphilia that best exemplifies the paraphilia that Jeffrey Dahmer had, which they will claim is, in their opinion, a mental disorder, which they will state in Jeffrey Dahmer was a mental disease. Their paraphilia that they found was necrophilia. And necrophilia is a disorder of the mind where there is a desire to have sexual contact with dead bodies. That's what they're going to say Jeffrey Dahmer was. He was a lot more than that, but that's the mainstay of his condition, was this desire for dead bodies, to have sex with dead bodies. Beginning when he was about 16 years of age, and this would be in the years of 76, 77, he started collecting animals, always dead animals. And there's going to be testimony as to why that's significant. never killed a live animal, but would go on the roads and find roadkill, dogs, other type of animals that have been struck by cars that were laying there, and he would take them home, and he started having a fascination of wanting to see what they looked like inside, and he would open them up. One time, he took off the head of a dog and put it on a stake and hung it out so that everybody could see it, primarily for shock value. This obsession of this dead animals and doing things with them started becoming something that became more and more into his life, into his head. This isolated person, not the one who isn't out in the world, but isolated in his own mind, certainly isolated in his private life, who lives on his fantasies and who works out his fantasies, was a mentally diseased human being, and as a result of it, he could not have the capacity to conform to the requirements of law until, in God's providence, Tracy Edwards escaped from his grasp and the police came back and it all unfolded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is also the opening statement time for the state of Wisconsin. As a district attorney, you have the option of either waiting until the first part proceeds or proceeding now. And I wish to tell you what the state will be showing in this case and what the basic theme of this case is. We all have sexual desires. That comes with humanity. Everyone in this room has sexual desire. Some of them vary. Some of them vary in strength. Some of them may be for a man may desire a woman may desire a man may desire another man, or a woman may desire another woman. We understand that. We all have those experiences. Most of us know what we're talking about. Some people have different desires that vary from that. For some, it may be a desire to have sex with a child, referred to as a pedophile. For another person, they're taken up with a fetish. Maybe they get particular excitement out of seeing a woman's stockings or a woman's undergarments. And we understand that. And that involves consensual, not for the child, but for adults, it's consensual. People understand that. And people can either reject it or accept what another one's sexual desires are as an adult. But the key issue is you don't impose that on somebody else. And that's what this case is about. This is about a man that had sexual desires for men. Not a crime, certainly. In most states it isn't, certainly. It isn't in Wisconsin. Sexual desire for men. But he was a man that didn't want to, after having relations with such men, he didn't want to stop there. He didn't want it to end. He wanted it to continue under his terms. And that's what this is about. The decision of the defendant to go ahead, to take men unwillingly in bathhouses, and I'll talk about that, even other adults that wouldn't do as he wished, he began to drug them. And that's really what this is about an appetite, a sexual appetite of this defendant that simply would not be stopped. You're aware of that in other types of cases, whether it's child molesting cases or rape cases. We're aware of that. This is another type of case. This man's first preference was not dead bodies. He repeats that throughout his statements. He repeats that to the psychiatrist. His first preference is not dead bodies. That's a later preference. That's subsequent when he can't get people to do exactly as he wishes. Then he considers use of a dead body. You may be thinking, let's talk about his youth. You may be thinking a person that killed 17 people must come from a violent household. I think we tend to think there must be battery here, child abuse. Must be that there may be sexual abuse. Was there incest in the home? Something wrong between, something sexually wrong between the mother and the son, or between the father and the boy? Something like that going on? No evidence of it in this family. Was there some violence going on? Was he beaten and kicked and knocked around by an abusive parent? The record is devoid of that, and I don't think you'll see anything of that in this trial. You will see one of the tests we'll talk about is whether he knew it was right or wrong. Mr. Boyle did not address that issue because I don't think there's really much dispute about that issue at all. I think you will find from the evidence that Mr. Dahmer knew at all times what he was doing was wrong. This is not the case of a psychotic man that didn't know the difference between right and wrong. This is a man that had just graduated from high school in a family where there were many opportunities. And I'm going to quote from some of the things that he is quoting of Mr. Dahmer. This is a quote from Mr. Dahmer. When asked, Dahmer said, "I had been doing so many terrible things that I became desensitized. I was completely desensitized. It didn't bother me. It had to be done to dispose of the remains. The Ambassador Hotel incident was a mistake. I had to rush around to make sure that it wasn't discovered. The only way I knew how to dispose of it. I couldn't leave a whole body in the trunk. It got progressively easier to do to the bodies. It was just a part of the procedure." In other words, it agreed that a human being can adapt to anything like shooting people in combat. Went on, further said that killing, quote, "got so routine," close quote, that Dahmer was able to concentrate on his work. Said that, quote, "on purpose," close quote, he did not ask them who they were so that he would not get to know them. Quote, "so they were objects," close quote. "The focus of my life was to find fulfillment and satisfaction with good-looking guys. The cannibalism, as he termed it, and the saving of body parts were just offshoots. Just having them for a few nights was not enough. Then I got into the offshoots, and but they couldn't be kept indefinitely." And finally, he said in talking about killing, said killing was not the satisfying part. Killing was just a means to an end. I told you that he preferred live people, even preferred the zombie, the experiment there. Said, quote, "no, I didn't get a kick out of all that at all, the killing. That's why I tried to make it as painless as possible while they were asleep. I wasn't into torture," end of quote. Quote, or again, he further stated that killing the individuals and dismembering them was not part of his sexual act. This is not a man that enjoys the killing, that says, "I enjoy the killing." He had to drink to overcome the inhibitions. Found it distasteful. Psychiatrists call it aversive. But it was a means, as he put it, a means to an end. He wanted to continue the pleasure. After had them while they were conscious, had them drugged, they're coming out of the drugging, the ether wouldn't do it. Okay, you kill them, you have a couple more days at least with their body. You can do what you wish with their body. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've talked for a long time. You've been very patient. We will put on not just the psychiatrists. We will put on numerous people that spent thousands of hours with Mr. Dahmer. And I will ask you to listen carefully to what they have to say, to listen to our psychiatrists, evaluate their competence, evaluate their thoroughness in this matter. I profoundly and deeply appreciate your attention.
Again, 30 years ago today, Jeffrey Dahmer was arrested. This hour, we're taking a look back at some of the most dramatic moments from his trial. When we return, one of his surviving victims takes the stand. Don't go there. So how exactly was Jeffrey Dahmer caught? How was he arrested, apprehended? What happened? Well, what happened was one of his victims survived and escaped. He took the stand during the trial. His name is Tracy Edwards. Let's take a listen.
You solemnly swear all the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Then, sir, would you tell us your name and
Tracy.
spell your last name for us?
Tracy Edwards, Edwards.
You were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on July the 22nd, 1991?
Yes.
And at or about that time, on that late afternoon, did you have occasion to see a person that you knew at that time or subsequently learned was a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And you came up here to testify to the events, as you recall them, that occurred on the late afternoon, early evening, early morning hours of July the 22nd and the morning of July the 23rd, 1991.
That's correct.
Where was it that you saw him in the late afternoon, early morning hours of July the 22nd?
Grand Avenue Mall.
And that was in Milwaukee,
Correct.
downtown on Wisconsin Avenue.
Wisconsin, correct.
Were you with somebody or were you alone?
A couple of her friends, yeah.
When he came up and started talking to you, what is it that Mr. Dahmer said to you?
He said he was just in the city from Chicago. He was taking care of her sick grandmother, I believe, in West Allis. Yeah.
And did he have any further conversation with you and your friends?
Yeah, he was just talking. He said he was a professional photographer. He usually pays people for pictures and stuff like that if anybody was interested in making money at that time.
To have to pose for pictures?
Yeah,
Did he describe the kind of pictures that you were going to be posing for if you chose to take him up on the offer?
He said nude.
Nude.
Right.
Tell us what happened then.
Okay, he was talking to them. Then we are going to go up the street. I was going to go home and change and everything at this time. So we proceeded. We caught a cab at the bus station, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what was your plan as you were in front of that liquor store after Mr. Dahmer came out with the liquor and you had been talking to your brother? What was your plan? What were you going to do? You say you were going to go home and change clothes?
Yeah, and eventually I was going to go over there, you know, and maybe check out what he was talking about making the money at that time. Yeah.
Was there an address given as to where you were going?
He gave them some address that wasn't correct. You know.
You later found that out?
Right, from my friends.
Tell us what happens when you get up to the apartment. Tell us what you observed, what your senses told you.
Okay, first of all, it seemed like a normal apartment. When we got inside, he turned off burglar alarms. I asked him why. First, it was a foul odor, okay?
Tell us about that. What kind of an odor?
It was just like an odor. I didn't quite know what it was. You know, he told me a sewer pipe had broke and management would take care of it. Yeah.
And did you accept that?
Yes, because I worked around at construction companies before, and when pipes bust, sewer pipes bust, they smell, you know.
So you're sitting on the couch, he brings you a beer and rum and coke, what happens?
Okay, then we just study talking and everything, you know.
General talk?
General talk.
What happens?
Yeah, then I was just, I don't know, getting a little agitated maybe, you know, because of the smell and things. And then he threw my conversation off talking about the fish in the fish tank, you know.
Okay, when you start talking about the fish in the fish tank, do you bring that up or does he?
He does.
And what do you do when he does that?
I turn to the right, like the fish tank is here, I'm turning all the way over here.
You turn to your right to look at it?
To look at the fish tank, right.
And when that happens, what happens to you?
All of a sudden a handcuff and a knife is pulled on me. Yeah.
Handcuff is placed on your body? Where?
On my left wrist.
And you see a knife?
Yeah, the knife, yeah.
What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I asked him what the problem was, you know, that it's not necessary to do this, you know.
What'd he say?
He told me at that point if I wouldn't do what he said, he would kill me, yeah.
What did you do when you got in the bedroom as he's holding on to the cuff and the knife? What did you do?
Studied us talking, trying to be friends with him, you know.
Did you remain standing? Did you sit down?
He made me sit down at that point. We both sit on the bed. Whatever.
Was it at the foot of the bed, side of the bed, head of the bed?
Maybe halfway between.
Did that room have a TV set in it?
Yes.
Was there anything going on the TV?
Yeah, the Exorcist movies was playing at that time.
Did you observe him watching the movie and how he would react to the movie?
Right, he would like just start rocking back and forth when he, you know, certain parts of the movie or whatever.
You have to say, what did he say, Madam?
He was like chanting in certain times and rocking back and forth, right?
Tell us about his chanting. What was that all about?
I'm not even sure, sir, but it was just like, I can't tell you the words. I couldn't understand what he was saying at that time.
Can you mimic him? How it sounded?
It was like a slow slur, like, some of that nature, some close like that, I'm not sure.
Okay, did you and he move off of the bed at any time?
Yes, he wanted me to lay flat down, stomach down on the floor at that time.
Okay, now, but tell us, did he still have the knife out?
Yes, he still had the knife with him.
And what did you do?
Okay, I kind of like laid on my sides. For some reason, I guess God told me not to lay flat down or let this person handcuff me, so I didn't.
So you were trying to stop that from happening, but you got down on the floor.
Right.
What did he do?
He kind of laid across me, put his head across my chest at that point.
And what was he doing with his head?
Pardon me?
What did it appear to you he was doing with his head? What was he trying to do?
Like he was listening to my heart, because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point.
He said he was going to eat your heart?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he still have the knife?
Yeah.
Where was the knife pointed?
When I was on the floor, he had it pointed at my groin area at that time.
So he still had a knife, you're on the floor. How long does he lay on top of you trying to hear your heart as you've described it?
Maybe a minute, minute and a half.
And then what did you do then?
I knew something was about to happen, so I suggested that I go to the bathroom. I had to use the bathroom at that
And
time.
what did he do?
He kind of guided me to the bathroom.
Okay, so now you leave the bathroom and what happens?
Okay, then we go back into the bedroom. You know. It was like different time spans. We were talking about him losing his job. Then he would come to the person that I was first with, you know. And then at certain points he would change. You know, at first he was telling me about how people didn't care for him and things of this nature. And I was trying to comfort him, letting him know that I was a friend, you know, that I wasn't going to try to run away from him or nothing like that. You know.
He had the knife the whole time.
Right,
He's watching the movie and he becomes very interested in the movie.
right.
You don't do anything, just sit there.
Just sit there and be quiet.
And then he would start conversation with you again.
Yeah, he was like you're gonna have to do this and that, you know. Then he told me at a point I was gonna have to kill him, or he was gonna have to kill me at one point at time.
And what happened then?
And then I told him, well, I was contemplating. I was asking God, shall I make my move now? And I was gonna just jump out the window. But when I got out, for some reason, I asked, could I have another beer? Yeah.
And what did he do?
And he reaches over, he guides me over and reaches in and get a beer.
He still got you on the cuff.
Yeah, and then he tells me, I told him I want to sit in the front because it's an air conditioner. And I was just going to try to jump out the window or go for the door or whatever, and because the back bedroom didn't have an air conditioner, only in the front. So I suggested we sit on the couch. I had unbuttoned my shirt to try to make him feel more at ease. And then I just sat on the couch and he just started going out of himself again. Yeah.
Going out of himself?
Yeah, he was like paying me no attention at that time.
Like he wasn't there?
Yeah, he started the chanting again, and it's like just sitting there, you know. And then I just, for some reason, I said, well, I need to go to the bathroom again, and he didn't follow me at that point. So I reached up, I got up, and then I hit him, and I ran out.
And what happened?
Then I made it outside.
So he wasn't able to bring you back
Bring
in?
me back in there now.
He tried.
He tried.
And as you left that apartment, as you got away from him, I'm going to ask you again, what impressions were made on your mind by the conduct of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the actions of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the manner, expressions, and conversations of Jeffrey Dahmer that you observed? Can you give us some words?
It's like I told the policeman that this freak, this crazy guy, was trying to hurt me. Yeah.
Did you run out of the building?
Yes, I did.
Did you summon help?
Yes,
Milwaukee Police Department?
that's correct.
Did they come back there with you to the apartment?
Right.
Did you eventually go back into the apartment with the Milwaukee police officers?
Yes.
And then he was arrested.
Right.
You gave a statement to the Milwaukee police a few hours later?
Yeah. Guess you could say a few hours, yeah.
Thank you.
Unbelievable story. Unbelievable testimony. When we come back, we're going to hear more from inside that courtroom, victim impact statements in the Jeffrey Dahmer trial. 30 years. Today, he was arrested.
Once I got out of the apartment, I knew right away I was dizzy.
And what happened? Were you starting to walk home?
Yes, I did.
And did you feel dizzier as you walked further towards your house?
Yes.
What happened when you got home?
I slammed the door. I couldn't even walk straight and just headed to bed.
You headed to bed?
Yes.
Did you get into the bed?
Yes, I did.
When is the next time you became conscious of where you were? Where were you?
At the hospital.
There were two of you there at the time?
Yes, there was.
Did you start drinking the drink?
Yes, I did.
What happened next?
I don't remember. I estimate that I probably had a few sips out of the drink. I know that I didn't finish it, and that was it. I blacked out.
That was one of the victims who escaped from Jeffrey Dahmer. 30 years ago today, he was arrested. You can watch his entire trial. It's available, courttv.com, trials on demand, 100% free. Just go online. You can watch the whole trial after this show ends, of course. Right now, we're showing you some of the most compelling parts. And I think for a lot of people, when they think back to some of the most gripping moments and emotional moments and moments that really got to the heart of what these victims went through and their families went through, were the impact statements. Let's take a look.
I'm a J.W. Smith, brother of Edward Warren Smith. Our parents, Walter and Josephine Smith, were two hardworking Americans who raised 13 children. Of the survivors, I've been selected to express a statement of each one's personal pain. Joseph Patrick. Edward is gone, and I find comfort in these words. Whosoever believeth in me shall never die. Michael Fitzgerald. I'm sure Edward was a friend to Jeffrey Dahmer, as he was to us who knew him well. I have these pictures in my mind that are running continuously. How can anyone comprehend or come to accept that never again in this life will Edward be? Eddie's gone now, the victim of your senseless killing. Where do we go from here? We ask ourselves. Why did this happen to a person like Eddie? He gave so much and asked so little. All he wanted was a chance to be himself. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stanley Miller. I'm the uncle of Ernest Miller. And I've been given this opportunity to come before you on behalf of the Miller family. We want to say that there's no place in a civilized society for anyone who shows no regards for life, especially in the form and manner that Jeffrey Dahmer has shown. Jeffrey Dahmer, just a couple of things about Ernest that you didn't take the time out to find out. First, Ernest was a dancer. This came naturally, and this was his dream, all through his short-lived life. Second, he had a family that loved him. He has a niece now that's 4 months old that he'll never get to hold or play or just watch grow up. He'll have to look from heaven now. I hope that you live a long life so that one day you can appreciate life. On that day, you would know my family's suffering. Furthermore, fortunate for you, Wisconsin doesn't ask you for what you have taken, but then you can only give once. I'm not for the death penalty, but you are a perfect candidate. To Mr. McCann, thank you for fighting the battle that Ernest couldn't fight for himself. As we sat back and fought the battle of faith, you taught us all a lesson on responsibility that we'll never forget. You and your staff has my family deepest respect. To the Dahmer family, I know that there are some dark days for your family, but the morning will come. So look to the hills, and you will make it through.
My name is Dorothy Strader. I'm Curtis Strader's mother. I didn't have nothing prepared to say. It's just a few things that I would like to say. You took my 17-year-old son away from me. I'll never get a chance to tell him that I loved him. I'd have a chance to tell him that I loved him the last time I saw him, which will be a year tomorrow. You took my daughter's only brother away from her. She'll never have a chance to sing and dance with him again. You took my mother's oldest grandchild from her, and for that I can never forgive you. I hope you can deal with what you've done. I'm trying hard to. You almost destroyed me, but I refuse to let you destroy me. I will carry on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Janie Hagan. The sister of Richard Guerrero, I am here as a spokesperson for my family. The first thing I would like to do is thank Mr. McCann and his staff for doing a fantastic job. On March 24th, 1988, Richard disappeared at the age 21. And I also want to state that my family did everything in our power in finding our beloved Richard Guerrero. He was a young man full of life and energy with the ambition to make others happy. As a loving person, he would always take the needs of others before his own. So Jeffrey, when you killed my brother Richard Guerrero, you also killed my father and my mother's youngest future. And my three brothers' lives, including my life, my husband, and my three children, will never forget this tragedy that you inflicted upon us. So, Your Honor, please, I beg you, don't let this man ever walk our streets or see daylight again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Honor. My name is Donald Bradoff. for the Bright House family. As much as love in our family and close, my mother gave 5 beautiful kids. We lost, he destroyed the baby of the family, and I hope you go to hell.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Inez Thomas, and I'm the mother of David Thomas. First, I want to let you know, Jeffrey Dahmer, about the pain that you caused my family. That was my baby boy that you took away from me, his sisters and brothers, and they can't hardly deal with this. He have a little child, Cortia, that'll never see her father again. She was only 2. And now she sits in the window and she asked her mother, Mommy, where is Day-Day? She called him Day-Day. Where is Day-Day? When is Day-Day coming? And I think that's a sad thing for a child to see, to go through all her life and not know her father. Another thing I want to talk about is the feelings. You know, I don't understand how a person could really harm a person and to say that, well, I did this because he wasn't my type. Well, if everybody go around doing something to somebody because they're type, this would be a sad world today. And I just feel that this man should never be able to walk the face of earth or to be able to harm anyone else again.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Sears. I'm the mother of Anthony Lee Sears, and I just wanted to know, just why, why would it be my son, I just want to thank E. Michael McCann for the good job he did. Well, you did a good job too, but I'm glad McCann won it. And I want to thank the jury, and I want to thank you, Judge, and just keep this man off the street, please.
I don't even need a microphone. My name is Rita Isbell.
No, ma'am. You'll address the court from...
My name is Rita Isbell, and I'm the oldest sister of Errol Lindsay. Whatever your name is, Satan, I'm mad. This is how you act when you are out of control. I don't want to ever see my mother have to go through this again. Never, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I hate you, mother. I hate you. Something's out of control. Don't Jeffrey. I kill you.
That's the pain. That's the heartbreak. That is the what's caused by Jeffrey Dahmer. When we come back, we'll hear from the convicted murderer himself. Tonight we're taking a look back at the trial of Jeffrey Dahmer, and Jeffrey Dahmer himself spoke. Let's take a listen. Stand right
here. Your Honor, it is over now. This has never been a case of trying to get free. I didn't ever want freedom. Frankly, I wanted death for myself. This was a case to tell the world that I did what I did not for reasons of hate. I hated no one. I knew I was sick or evil or both. Now I believe I was sick. The doctors have told me about my sickness, and now I have some peace. I know how much harm I have caused. I tried to do the best I could after the arrest to make amends, but no matter what I did, I could not undo the terrible harm I have caused. My attempt to help identify the remains was the best that I could do, and that was hardly anything. I feel so bad for what I did to those poor families, and I understand their rightful hate. I know I will be in prison for the rest of my life. I know that I will have to turn to God to help me get through each day. I should have stayed with God. I tried and failed and created a holocaust. Thank God there will be no more harm that I can do. I believe that only the Lord Jesus Christ can save me from my sins. I have instructed Mr. Boyle to end this matter. I do not want to contest the civil case. I've told Mr. Boyle to try and finalize them if he can. If there is ever any money, I want it to go to the victims' families. I've talked to Mr. Boyle about other things that might help ease my conscience in some way of coming up with ideas on how to make some amends to these families, and I will work with him on that. I want to return to Ohio and quickly end that matter so that I can put all of this behind me and then come right back here to do my sentence. I decided to go through this trial for a number of reasons. One of the reasons was to let the world know that these were not hate crimes. I wanted the world in Milwaukee, which I deeply hurt, to know the truth of what I did. I didn't want unanswered questions. All the questions have now been answered. I wanted to find out just what it was that caused me to be so bad and evil. But most of all, Mr. Boyle and I decided that maybe there was a way for us to tell the world that if there are people out there with these disorders, maybe they can get some help before they end up being hurt or hurting someone. I think the trial did that. I take all the blame for what I did. I hurt many people. The judge in my earlier case tried to help me, and I refused his help, and he got hurt by what I did. I hurt those policemen in the Conorak matter, and I shall ever regret causing them to lose their jobs, and I hope and pray that they can get their jobs back because I know they did their best, and I just plain fooled them. For that, I am so sorry. I know I hurt my probation officer, who was really trying to help me. I am so sorry for that, and sorry for everyone else that I have hurt. I have hurt my mother and father and stepmother. I love them all so very much. I hope that they will find the same peace I am looking for. Mr. Boyle's associates, Wendy and Ellen, have been wonderful to me, helping me through this worst of all times. I want to publicly thank Mr. Boyle. He didn't need to take this case, but when I asked him to help me find the answers and to help others, if I could, he stayed with me and went way overboard in trying to help me. Mr. Boyle and I agreed that it was never a matter of trying to get off. It was only a matter of which place I would be housed the rest of my life, not for my comfort, but for trying to study me in the hopes of helping me and learning to help others who might have problems. I know I will be in prison. I pledge to talk to doctors who might be able to find some answers. In closing, I just want to say that I hope God has forgiven me. I know society will never be able to forgive me. I know the families of the victims will never be able to forgive me for what I have done. I promise I will pray each day to ask for their forgiveness when the hurt goes away, if ever. I have seen their tears, and if I could give my life right now to bring their loved ones back, I would do it. I am so very sorry. Your Honor, I know that you are about to sentence me. I ask for no consideration. I want you to know that I've been treated perfectly by the deputies who have been in your court and the deputies who work the jail. The deputies have treated me very professionally, and I want everyone to know that. They have not given me special treatment. Here is a trustworthy saying that deserves full acceptance. Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners, of who I am the worst. But for that very reason I was shown mercy, so that in me, the worst of sinners, Christ Jesus might display his unlimited patience as an example for those who would believe in him and receive eternal life. Now to the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only God, be honor and glory forever and ever. I know my time in prison will be terrible, but I deserve whatever I get because of what I have done. Thank you, Your Honor, and I am prepared for your sentence, which I know will be the maximum. I ask for no consideration.
There is nothing else from the defense relative to this matter, Your Honor. Thank you.
It now becomes the duty of the court to impose sentence in this case. And one of my obligations to set forth on the record the basis for the sentence imposed. In doing that, I'm required to consider the seriousness of the offenses, the needs of the community for protection from the defendant, as well as the needs of the defendant. We heard a great deal of talk in this case about mental disease. The jury found that a mental disease did not exist. I think correctly so. People are looking to me to provide a measure of protection to the community, and I don't think there's only one way that that protection can be provided, and that is to see that this defendant never again has the opportunity to walk the streets of our community as a free man. That's part of judicial discretion, I guess, but it really, in this case, doesn't require a whole lot of discretion. I can't imagine anybody else coming up with any other conclusion. And I think that's been acknowledged by both the defense attorney and the defendant himself. As to count one, the court will impose the mandatory life sentence plus an additional 10 years on the habitual criminality. Count two, life imprisonment plus 10 years consecutive to count one. Count three, life imprisonment with the date of parole eligibility 70 years from the inception of that particular sentence. I don't have all the numbers that I can't work it out, but it'll be 70 years from the beginning of that sentence, which will be consecutive to count two. Count 15, life imprisonment with parole eligibility to be 70 years after the inception of that sentence, to be consecutive to count 14. I believe I have, and I intended to follow the recommendation of the state. I could have said something different which would have had the same impact. I really see nobody gains anything by just to say more and more years. The important point is that the sentence is structured in such a way that this defendant will never again see freedom. That is owed to this community in order to protect the community, as well as acknowledgement of the seriousness of the offenses. Those are the reasons. The sentence, of course, is to the state prison system. One thing I didn't provide, all of these sentences are consecutive to the time he's presently serving.
Jeffrey Dahmer and the entire trial, as I've told you, available on courttv.com, trials on demand. It's free. That trial is there. There are plenty of others as well, so you can go binge whenever you want. But taking a look back on that one today, I think really important. 30 years ago is when he was arrested. It's a trial that we'll never forget here at Court TV.
I swear all the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please be seated. Then, sir, would you tell us your name and spell your last name for us?
Tracy Edwards, Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, you're going to ask you to speak up very loudly into the microphone. I would like to know, in what state do you reside at the present time?
Louisiana.
And how old are you, sir?
32.
32? And you are single?
Yes.
You were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on July the 22nd, 1991?
Yes.
And at or about that time, on that late afternoon, did you have occasion to see a person that you knew at that time or subsequently learned was a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And you know that Mr. Dahmer you're speaking about is the defendant in this case to my right, correct?
Yes.
And that made a record I showed the identification.
Sir, would you indicate where Mr. Dahmer is seated in the courtroom?
It's over there.
Right in the middle between my two associates?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
The record should reflect the defendant's been identified.
Now, Mr. Edwards, you and I met for the first time last evening.
Yes.
And you came up from Louisiana at my request with your attorney.
Right.
Mr. Syed, S-Y-E-D, Salet, S-A-L-E-T.
That's correct.
And you came up here to testify to the events, as you recall them, that occurred on the late afternoon, early evening, early morning hours of July the 22nd and the morning of July the 23rd, 1991.
That's correct.
So that you know, Mr. Edwards, your name is known to the jury because there has been testimony concerning what happened to you and at the apartment of Mr. Dahmer. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Where did you know Mr. Dahmer by name prior to that date?
I've seen him a couple of times before then. I didn't know his name personally.
All right. Did you ever talk to him before that date?
Speaking to him, saying hello as he passed by. Yeah.
Just casual, friendly?
Casual, yeah, friendly.
Hellos.
Hellos, yeah.
Where was it that you saw him in the late afternoon, early morning hours of July the 22nd?
Grand Avenue Mall.
And that was in Milwaukee.
Correct.
Downtown on Wisconsin Avenue.
Wisconsin, correct.
Were you with somebody or were you alone?
A couple of her friends, yeah.
Okay, so the record is absolutely clear. You are not a homosexual, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you were with a couple of your buddies, were you?
That's correct.
And what were you doing?
We was drinking beer, just talking, hanging out, you know.
About 6 o'clock at night, was this?
Yeah, about 6:15, whatever.
Did you have occasion then to see Mr. Dahmer?
Yeah, he approached us eventually and started talking to us, yeah.
Were you 3 black males?
Yeah, one white, 2 black male.
Okay. So you're friends?
Yeah, my best friend was white, yeah.
When he came up and started talking to you, what is it that Mr. Dahmer said to you?
He said he was just in the city from Chicago. He was taking care of her sick grandmother, I believe, in West Allis. Yeah.
And did he have any further conversation with you and your friends?
Yeah, he was just talking. He said he was a professional photographer. He usually pays people for pictures and stuff like that if anybody was interested in making money at that time.
To have to pose for pictures?
Yeah.
Did he describe the kind of pictures that you were going to be posing for if you chose to take him up on the offer?
He said nude.
Nude.
Right.
Now, after he said that to you, what did you and your friends do?
They were just talking, discussing it, you know, seeing what was going on, yeah.
And what did you end up doing? Did you remain at Grand Avenue or did you go somewhere else?
We proceeded from there. He said he was going to buy all his guys beer, rum, and Coke, you know, watch videos or something like that.
Rum and Coke, did you say?
Yeah, we went to the liquor store on Wisconsin Avenue, 7th and Wisconsin Avenue.
So you walked from Grand Avenue down to 7th and Wisconsin?
Yeah, up, so to speak. Yeah,
At that
between
time-
5th and 6th, 7th, something like that. I'm not really sure.
The general area of 6th or
Right.
7th in Wisconsin. Was it going to be the 3 of you and Mr. Dahmer were going to stay together, or was it agreed upon that one or others of you were going to go with Mr. Dahmer, or was there no agreement?
They were going to meet up with us eventually later on that evening.
Meet up with who?
Jeffrey at his apartment, but he gave them the wrong address at that time.
Okay, so did you, the 3 of you and your 2 friends and Mr. Dahmer, walk down to a liquor store, and what happened when you got to the liquor store?
I saw my brother. We started talking. At this time, Jeff was talking to my other friends.
So you say you saw your brother. He wasn't one of the 3 that you were with
No,
then?
no.
You saw him on the street?
Yeah. he approached
Okay, so
me.
you had conversation.
Right.
Okay, did anyone go into a liquor store and buy anything?
Mr. Dahmer brought liquor. Yeah.
So he
and
went into
beer.
a liquor store?
Right.
And when he came out, who was still there?
Okay. When he came out, we were all still there.
And then
Everyone.
what happened? Tell us what happened then.
Okay, he was talking to them. Then we were gonna go up the street. I was gonna go home and change and everything at this time. So we proceeded. We caught a cab at the bus station, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what was your plan as you were in front of that liquor store after Mr. Dahmer came out with the liquor and you had been talking to your brother? What was your plan? What were you going to do? You say you were going to go home and change clothes?
Yeah, and eventually I was gonna go over there, you know, and maybe check out what he was talking about making the money at that time.
So your interest was in making some money?
Right.
Did he tell you how much you would be paid if you did pose for him?
He said $100 for
You had no idea, did you, that this was for any homosexual
No,
conduct?
he didn't come across like that, and he didn't even act like it at that time.
Okay. So now your friends are still there, and you're going to go home and you order a cab for the over at the bus depot. What happens? Tell us what happens.
Okay, and then me and Dahmer, my friends say they're going to go and change and call up the girls, and we'll meet up later on, you know.
Was there an address given as to where you were going?
He gave them some address that wasn't correct. You know.
You later found that out?
Right, from my friends, yeah.
What happened then? Who else remained there when this was all transpired? Just you and Mr. Dahmer, or you, Mr. Dahmer, and others?
After it all had transpired, it was me and Mr. Dahmer in the cab, you know, leaving.
You met up at about 6:15, 6 o'clock, 6:15. What time is it now, at this time?
It's maybe 6:30 as we get to 26th in Wisconsin.
So you stop at 26th in Wisconsin, and what happens there?
Okay, we get out the cab then, and then he suggested he go to the store and get cigarettes before he went to his apartment.
And after he did that, did you go to his apartment?
Yeah.
What route?
Through the alleys, through the back way. We entered the back.
Was there any discussion as to why you were taking that route?
Said it was safer, people wouldn't bother us or whatever.
At the time that you were walking with him towards his apartment, what was your plans on doing when you got to the apartment?
Really drinking the beer, I wasn't really sure if I was going to pose or not, you know. Yep, I wasn't really sure at that point. No.
You at least were contemplating maybe you would.
Yeah, I was going to make up my mind once I got there or whatever, you know.
Were you in need of money?
Yeah, I just started working and the offer sounded good at that time.
Okay. Now, when you got to his apartment, how was he acting? Tell us about his, tell me about his demeanor. You know what I mean by that, Mr. Edwards?
Yes,
how was he
understand.
acting?
Just like a normal, everyday person, you know, friendly, good conversationalist. He was talking about the military, things of that nature, yeah.
Had you been in the military?
My father retired in the Air Force, so I've been to several different bases. I was born on an Army base in Fort Carson.
And that's the kind of thing you were talking to him
It's
about?
like a family thing, you know, so I know a lot about it.
Had he been drinking alcohol?
Yeah, I consumed some. He was drinking beer at the time. When I
Well,
first
the time that you were like going to his apartment, was he intoxicated?
No.
Had he been drinking?
Yeah, I've been drinking a couple of beers.
How about you? Were you intoxicated?
No, not at all.
Had you had something to drink?
I sipped maybe a little beer, my friend's beer, that was it.
All right, now you get to the apartment. Do you go in the back way?
Yes, correct.
You went up to the apartment. Tell us what happens when you get up to the apartment. Tell us what you observed, what your senses told you.
Okay, first of all, it seemed like a normal apartment. When we got inside, he turned off burglar alarms. I asked him why. First, it was a foul odor, okay?
Tell us about that. What kind of an odor?
It was just like an odor. I didn't quite know what it was. You know, he told me a sewer pipe had broke and management would take care of it. You know?
And did you accept that?
Yes, because I worked around at construction companies before, and when pipes bust, sewer pipes bust, they smell, you know.
Okay.
So I brought that.
So you say your first thing you did was notice the odor. He opened the door to the apartment?
Yes.
And you walked in?
Yes.
He turned off something. What did he turn off?
Alarms.
Did you ask him about that?
Yeah, and he said the part of the neighborhood he was in, he was protecting his property, things like that, cameras, VCRs, TVs, things of that nature.
Did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
After getting in the apartment, can you generally describe the apartment, both the apartment that you saw then and the apartment that the other parts of the apartment you saw? Tell the jury what the apartment was like.
It was like normal, pretty decent apartment, had nice things in it. You know, it had certain boxes sitting on the front, neurotic acid boxes. I asked him about it. He said he cleaned bricks with those, you know, which you can use that type of acid to clean bricks, so I brought that also.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. You asked him about some boxes?
Yeah, that were laying in the front living room floor.
And what did he tell you about those?
That he cleaned brick with the neurotic acid.
Okay. Now, was the apartment small, large, medium? Give us the size.
Kind of medium size, yeah.
All right. Now, when you went in there, you went in, as you entered, were you in the living room?
Yes.
And what was the living room? What did you see in there? the boxes you told us
The
about?
boxes is a couch. There's a fish tank there also, a black lamp. Yeah, there was a little table-like on the left side.
Could you see a refrigerator? Or
Yeah, I could see the refrigerator on my left.
was it close to the living room?
Yeah, maybe 8 feet from the living room.
So it was just off the living room.
Right.
Now, did you stay in that room or did you go to another room right away?
We stayed in that room for a while.
And where did you sit, if you did?
Okay, at the end of the sofa like I am now, this is a sofa. I was at this end, and he was at this side.
Referring to the jury, I mean, the witness box, if that were a sofa, he would be at that end. That is the end where he's seated on the witness stand, which would be the part closest to the judge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did Mr. Dahmer, what did he do?
He sat like here, maybe a couple feet from me.
Not
on my
close
left.
to you?
Maybe 2 feet.
You in fear of anything at that time?
Not at all.
Okay, and what did the two of you do?
Okay, he said we were still talking, chatting, you know. He asked me, was I interested in doing the photography? You know, I told him I was still contemplating, so therefore he offered me a beer and a rum and Coke mixture at that point.
Now, you're fully clothed,
Yes,
okay, and you're sitting on a couch,
right.
and he talks to you about this posing, you weren't sure you're going to do it.
Right.
How much had you been offered to do the posing?
$100.
Okay, and when he brings you the beer, he brings you rum and Coke?
Yeah, he brings the beer first, and then he brings the rum and Coke.
How big of a glass?
Maybe that big. Yeah.
About 4 inches high?
About 4 inches, yeah, 3.5, something like that.
Did you ever taste it?
Yeah, I took a few sips.
Was it strong, weak, medium, or just about right?
I'm not a big liquor drinker, so it didn't taste that good to me.
Didn't taste good to you? You don't know if it was strong or not?
Strong or not, no, because I'm...
What did Mr. Dahmer do? Did he likewise have a drink?
No, I think, yeah, right, a beer, but I don't think he drank all of his drink at that time.
Did he have any rum with him?
I just noticed the beer, right.
Okay. What time are we talking about now that you're sitting on the couch and you get the beer? You got over there about what time and how long after this?
It was about before 7, quarter to 7, something like that.
So you're sitting on the couch, he brings you a beer and rum and Coke, what happens?
Okay, then we just study talking and everything, you know.
General talk?
General talk. Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah, then I was just, I don't know, getting a little agitated maybe, you know, because of the smell and things. And then he threw my conversation off talking about the fish in the fish tank, you know.
Okay, when you start talking about the fish in the fish tank, do you bring that up or does he?
He does.
And what do you do when he does that?
I turn to the right, like the fish tank is here, I'm turning all the way over here.
You turn to your right to look at it?
To look at the fish tank, right.
And when that happens, what happens to you?
All of a sudden a handcuff and a knife is pulled on me. Yeah.
Handcuff is placed on your body? Where?
On my left wrist.
And you see a knife?
Yeah, the knife, yeah.
Now, at that moment, what do you do?
First, I feel fear, then I ask him what's going on. You know, this is not necessary, you know, to pull a knife on me at that point.
Are you afraid?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to know why he did that?
None whatsoever.
Did you have any idea at that time it was going to happen?
No.
Tell me about his demeanor at that time when you looked and realized he had a knife and you in a cuff. You were only cuffed on one wrist?
One wrist, yeah.
What was happening to the other part of the handcuff?
Okay, he had it in his hand.
He was holding it?
Holding that in the wrist, yeah.
Where was the knife? In the other hand?
The knife was like he had here. The knife was in his hand. He had it on me like this.
Let the record reflect he was holding the knife in his right hand as he showed it, holding the cuff in his left hand. Is that right?
Right.
And your left hand is cuffed?
Yeah, right.
Where do you have the knife? What kind of a knife was it?
It was like a military knife, a machete of some type. Yeah, he had it lowered right up under my rib cage, you know. Like
So
in
he
the
had
back, somewhere in the back here.
He had it pointed at your rib cage?
Yeah.
Did you feel it, touch
Yeah,
it?
he had it on me. He had it against my body.
What happened? What was going through your mind the moment that happened when you realized you had a knife at your side and a handcuff on your hand? What did you think?
I think, like, you know, what's going on, you know? This guy is so nice, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like he's pulling knives and handcuffs and all on me, you know?
What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I asked him what the problem was, you know, that it's not necessary to do this, you know?
What'd he say?
He told me at that point if I wouldn't do what he said, he would kill me, yeah.
Now, tell us about his demeanor At the time that you look at him and you say, what's going on? You don't have to do this. What happens to Mr. Dahmer? What's he like?
It's like not the same person that we met at Grand Avenue Mall.
How does he different?
His face structure seemed different, you know, his body structure is like it wasn't him anymore, you know? It's like it was a totally different guy there.
So he told you if you didn't do what he told you to do, he'd hurt you.
He'd hurt me.
What'd you do? What happened? Tell us what happened step by step as best you can remember.
And then all of a sudden he kind of calms down, you know? And then he said he has a key in the bedroom, so we proceed to the bedroom.
The key to the handcuffs?
Right.
So you believed he was going to take them off?
Yeah. At that point, I had to go along with this guy, you know? And then if I had to find out, so I walked back there with him. He kind of guides me back there, you know?
Guides you back with the cuff and the knife?
Yeah, right.
And you go into the bedroom?
Right.
What do you see in the bedroom?
A big, about 50, 60 gallon drum barrel, whatever.
Do you ever see a 50, 60 drum barrel in anybody's bedroom before?
Not at all.
Do you have any idea? Did you ask him what it was?
No. At that point, I asked no questions at that time. You know?
Was there a bed in that room?
Yes.
How was the bed? Was it made, unmade? What did
it was unmade.
What did you see on the bed, if anything?
Something like a stain or whatever, yeah, on the bed.
What did you think it was?
At that point in time, I wasn't sure.
What did you do when you got in the bedroom as he's holding on to the cuff and the knife? What did you do?
Studied us talking, trying to be friends with him, you know.
Did you remain standing? Did you sit down?
He made me sit down at that point. We both sit on the bed.
Was it at the foot of the bed, side of the bed, head of the bed?
Maybe halfway between.
Did that room have a TV set in it?
Yes.
Was there anything going on the TV?
Yeah, the Exorcist movies was playing at that time.
There was an Exorcist movie on?
Yeah.
Do you know which one of them?
The name, I'm not sure. I think it's 3. I'm not sure which one.
So there was a movie. Did you know it to be part of television or VCR?
VCR, normally that's not on regular television, so I thought it was VCR.
You knew there was a movie showing?
Right.
Did you see him put it on, or was it on?
No. When we first got into the apartment, he went through the back to the back bedroom. Maybe he put it on then, I'm not sure.
Okay. And then what happened? You're both sitting on the bed?
Yes.
Are you still in handcuffs?
Yes.
Is he holding the handcuff?
Right.
Do you still have the knife?
Right.
Is it pointed at your side, as you've told us before?
Right.
You trying to be cool?
Very much so.
You're not fighting with him?
No.
What's your intention? What are you planning on doing?
Getting away. I was contemplating on at the point jumping out the window. Yep. I was basically talking with this person, trying to let him know I was his friend. Yeah.
As you were sitting there on the bed, when he had you by the handcuff and a knife at your side, at that time, which would have been maybe 7 o'clock?
Something like that.
What impression was made upon your mind by the conduct, action, manner, expression, and conversation that you observed of Mr. Dahmer?
His frame of mind is what you want to know, right? Okay, he acted, at times he would go through like different changes with me, you know.
Tell us about that.
One minute he's like nice, then he was telling he didn't want people to leave him or abandon him, things of this nature, you know. Yeah.
Well, what did you think about him as a person? What impression was made on your mind of this fellow that you're dealing with here?
Yeah, that at times he wasn't himself, and then at times he was like a nice guy, you know. He would come and go different times, you know, throughout the whole time. Then he would like sit, being quiet at times, watching a movie, wanting me to watch the movie, you know, and just doing little tanning sounds, you know.
Did you observe him watching the movie and how he would react to the movie?
Right, he would like just start rocking back and forth when he, you know, certain parts of the movie or whatever.
You have to say, what did he say, Madam?
It was like chanting at certain times and rocking back and forth, right?
Tell us about his chanting. What was that all about?
I'm not even sure, sir, but it was just like, I can't tell you the words. I couldn't understand what he was saying at that time.
Can you mimic him? How it sounded?
It was like a slow slur, like some of that nature, some close like that, I'm not sure.
Did it keep on for a period of time?
Off and on throughout the ordeal.
And how about the movement back and forth? How was that being effectuated?
Just like back and forth, he would do it every now and then. You know?
Just as you are rocking in your chair?
Like this.
And chanting?
And chanting.
Was there any parts of the movie that was going on that you saw that he said anything about?
It was like the part about the preacher that used to be a preacher that had got possessed, and that it would seem like he was like interested in that part. That part had his attention more than anything. You know?
Well, tell us about what you mean by that. What impressions were made upon your mind when this was going on as to had his attention? How did he appear to you?
It appeared like it was like he wanted to mimic it or be like that part, you know, being demonized or whatever in that nature.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
Yeah, like he wanted that type of movie, that part, certain parts of that part interested him, you know. It was like he changed with it at times. Then he would get more aggressive, try to get me to handcuff myself, both hands. And he's told me it made him feel more dominant at that time.
Okay, did you and he move off of the bed at any time?
Yes, he wanted me to lay flat down, stomach down on the floor at that time.
Did you at any time go to the bathroom, use the washroom, prior to the time that he asked you to lay down on the floor?
No.
All right, tell us what happened how did that happen that he told you to lay down on the floor?
You know, he told me to lay down, face down, put both of my hands behind my back because he changed again at that point, like he got more aggressive at that time.
Okay, now, but tell us, did he still have the knife out?
Yes, he still had the knife with him.
And what did you do?
Okay, I kind of like laid on my sides for some reason. I guess God told me not to lay flat down or let this person handcuff me, so I didn't.
So you were trying to stop that from happening, but you got down on the floor.
Right.
What did he do?
He kind of laid across me, put his head across my chest at that point.
And what was he doing with his head?
Pardon me?
What did it appear to you he was doing with his head? What was he trying to do?
Like he was listening to my heart, because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point.
He said he was going to eat your heart?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he still have the knife?
Yeah.
Where was the knife pointed?
When I was on the floor, he had it pointed at my groin area at that time.
One knife?
He had several, and then he slid one. I managed to slide one underneath the bed. And I guess during a point of time through an ordeal, he didn't know where the knife was, so I didn't know if he felt that was a threat or not.
So he still had a knife, you're on the floor. How long does he lay on top of you trying to hear your heart as you've described it?
Maybe a minute and a half.
And then what did you do then?
I knew something was about to happen, so I suggested that I go to the bathroom. I had to use the bathroom at that time.
And what did he do?
He kind of guided me to the bathroom.
So when you say he guided, you still had hold of your handcuff?
Yes.
And you went to the bathroom?
Right.
Did you urinate?
Yeah.
Were you able to utilize your own zipper, or did he touch you at all?
Touched me in no way. Didn't attempt to look. He just held me in back, you know.
So in other words, he didn't try to look at what your penis looked like or anything?
Not at all.
So after urinating, did you think that you were going to be the victim of, did he ask to engage in any homosexual acts with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay, so now you leave the bathroom and what happens?
Okay, then we go back into the bedroom, you know. It was like different time spans. We were talking about him losing his job. Then he would come to the person that I was first with, you know. And then at certain points he would change. You know, at first he was telling me about how people didn't care for him and things of this nature. And I was trying to comfort him, letting him know that I was a friend, you know, that I wasn't going to try to run away from him or nothing like that.
You were being cool.
I guess God, you can say that, because I had no control. I don't know.
Did this continue on for a long period of time during the night?
Yes, apparently so. Time seemed to, I don't know. But I stayed in there that long, so it had to be going on throughout the whole ordeal, which it was. So time just, it happened like that.
And all this time you're trying to hold him down?
Yeah, certain points, right.
How often would he go in and out of these moods?
Sir, the time spans I couldn't really tell you, but like he would I guess if you want to put it together in time, every 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that, you know. And then he would have moods of being just silent, you know. And I wouldn't say anything, try to provoke him or say the wrong thing. I would be silent with him.
Okay. So you just let him be alone. Was that movie on the whole time, a long time?
It was on a pretty good period of time, yeah. And when it went off, I couldn't tell you.
Did he continue to chant from time to time?
Yes, it happened several times throughout the ordeal.
Now, when he would watch the movie, did you notice when he would go into this thing that you told us where he would really become fixed on the movie screen? What was happening? How often would that happen?
Throughout the movie, maybe every 15 or 20 minutes, and then he would turn around and try to ask me to put both of my hands behind my back, and I wouldn't, do it. I would talk to him. I'd tell him, you can trust me, you don't have to do this, and that would calm him down a little bit.
He had the knife the whole time.
Right.
He's watching the movie, and he becomes very interested in the movie.
Right.
You don't do anything, just sit there.
Just sit there and be quiet.
And then he would start conversation with you again.
Yeah, he was like you're gonna have to do this and that, Then he told me at a point I was gonna have to kill him, or he was gonna have to kill me at one point.
Were you and he drinking during this time?
No.
So he wasn't running out, bringing you out and getting beers and coming back?
No, I would have been out the window at that point.
Sure.
If he would have.
Did he, when he was fixed, I'm trying to get some words to understand, was he intoxicated?
He had been drinking, but as far as being intoxicated, he was not staggering or anything of that nature.
But you know that some people, when they have too much to drink, change their moods. Was that the kind of mood changes he was having, or a different kind of mood change?
I think this was like more of an inner mood change than an alcoholic mood change.
What kind of mood?
It's like
inner mood?
Yeah, a person change, not alcohol change.
What did you think about this guy? What was going through your mind as to who you were sitting next to, who was doing all these things?
A bizarre individual, someone that was very confused at this time.
Now, there came a time when you went to the washroom again?
Right, I suggested, because he had started getting aggressive a little bit again. I suggested to go to the bathroom. He let me stay in there by myself while he stayed outside the door at that time.
And what happened then?
And then I told him, I was contemplating, I was asking God, shall I make my move now? And I was gonna just jump out the window. But when I got out, for some reason I asked, could I have another beer? Yeah.
And what did he do?
And he reaches over, he guides me over and reaches in and get a beer.
He still got you on the cuff?
Yeah, and then he tells me, I told him I want to sit in the front because it's an air conditioner. I was just going to try to jump out the window or go for the door or whatever, and because the back bedroom didn't have an air conditioner, only in the front. So I suggested we sit on the couch. I had unbuttoned my shirt to try to make him feel more at ease. And then I just sat on the couch and he just started going out of himself again. Yeah.
Going out of himself?
Yeah, he was like paying me no attention at that time.
Like he wasn't there?
He started the chanting again, and it's like just sitting there, And then I just, for some reason, I said, well, I need to go to the bathroom again, and he didn't follow me at that point. So I reached up, I got up, and then I hit him, and I ran out.
So you hit him?
Right.
Did you have any other belongings there?
Yeah, I have my bag right there at the end of the couch. I sit in exactly the same place I sit when I went in there.
So when you got up, he let go of your cuff to let you go to the bathroom again?
He didn't even, he just let me stay there. I was going to go for the window. At that point, he didn't even have the cuff. It's like I wasn't even there anymore.
And when you saw that, what'd you do?
I just seized the opportunity. I said, well, at least I'm going to die trying. I'm not just going to sit here,
What'd you do, son?
I hit him, and I ran towards the door, and he was right there, tried to grab me, get me back in there.
And what happened?
Then I made it outside.
So he wasn't able to bring you back in?
Bring me back in there, no.
He tried?
He tried.
And as you left that apartment, as you got away from him, I'm going to ask you again, what impressions were made on your mind by the conduct of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the actions of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the manner, expressions, and conversations of Jeffrey Dahmer that you observed? Can you give us some words?
It's like I told the policeman that this freak, this crazy guy, was trying to hurt me. Yeah.
Did you run out of the building?
Yes, I did.
Did you summon help?
Yes.
Milwaukee Police Department?
That's correct.
Did they come back there with you to the apartment?
Right.
Did you eventually go back into the apartment with the Milwaukee police officers?
Yes.
And then he was arrested?
Right.
You gave a statement to the Milwaukee police a few hours later?
Yeah. I guess you could say a few hours, yeah.
Mr. Edwards, through your lawyer, I had you come to Wisconsin to testify.
That's correct.
Other than your expenses, you're not being paid anything,
No.
correct? Is that true?
That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Mr. McCann, how long do we anticipate the cross-examination of this witness will
I'd say
take?
at least half an hour, Your Honor.
Okay. That being the case, I think it's appropriate that we take a recess at this time, about 15 minutes. Court's in recess.
All right, please.